Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next church on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had a great lunch. Mine was short, but it was good. Ran to the post office. I've got a whole bunch more letters to send out. Some that just came in last week. So, let's see. Krista, Stephen, Gloria, Sinbad, Lay. We'll get all of you. We'll get all of you right away. We'll get those out. We'll send the stickers. That music is so loud. The music is so loud. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much. We are going to begin. Court is not back yet. We've got a few minutes. So first of all, I'm going to give the internet to Greeners. Greeners. There you go. Greeners, congratulations. You've won the internet. You're first in chat. The internet's all yours to take care of. Mostly, you can't sell it. You can't benefit financially, but you can download a copy of your internet ownership certificate by going to the shopping tab on our YouTube channel and scrolling around until you find that downloadable tablet or downloadable form, which you can do for the low fine of 50 cents. And then you can fill in the blank, and it's suitable for framing, use as a cover sheet. I think you have a collection of them by now. So that is at cost, by the way. I make nothing off that form. It just wouldn't be right with it being like a permanent record type thing. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to begin a little hearing. Let's see, this is going to be on channel 6, I think. There we go. A little hearing that we grabbed over the weekend, which was an interesting one. I think we've got enough time to cover this whole thing, so let's give that a try.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let's back up. There we go.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Harper Woods. Move on. Hamtramck. Mr. Ayash?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ayash, this is Magistrate Chuck Bassler. Please say your full name.
Wada Muhammad Ayash.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm Magistrate Chuck. Case number is 82257008201. Sir, you have an attorney. Go ahead, Councilberg.
Mr. Ayash wanted to represent himself, Your Honor. I did ask him multiple times.
Okay. Mr. Ayash,
yes.
You have the right to have an attorney and to talk to attorney before the arraignment. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Is it that your desire that you don't wish to talk to an attorney?
Correct.
Is it your desire that you wish to represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Ayash, let me tell you what the charges are. That on January 8, 2025, in the area of 3341 Doremus, Hamtramck, allegedly you committed, for count 1, second-degree arson. Allegedly you willfully or maliciously burn, damage, or destroy by fire or explosive a dwelling or its contents. The maximum penalty is up to 20 years prison and or $20,000 fine.
Burn down a house.
You understand the charge and the penalty?
I think can you lower the charges, please?
No. Do you understand the charge and the penalty?
No, I understand the charges, but it seems too high for that. It seems like it's outrageous, to be honest.
Sir. I just want to make sure that you understand the charge and penalty.
I do understand the charge. I do understand the charge. I heard you.
Okay, Mr. Ayash, as long as you understand the charge and the penalty, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty. Let me tell you your court dates. January 23rd, 2025. Please listen. Mr. Ayash, please listen. Stop.
It's important. It's important. It's important.
Sir, stop. And that's what I want to do. I want to put my hand over on my forehead because I'm asking you to stop. I asked you if you wanted a defense counsel. You said no. You wanted to represent yourself. I told you what the charge is. Hold on.
You never talk, but you want to hear me. You want to hear what I gotta say, right? You want to hear what I gotta say, right?
No, not right now. You don't. And if you can't stop, I will mute you. So, Mr. Ayash, this is an arraignment. I am telling you the charge. In terms of whether the charge will be lowered, that will be at the examination stage, at the probable cause stage. It is not the arraignment stage. So I am telling you what the charge was, what the penalty is. I'm entering a plea of not guilty for you. I'm going to give you your court date.
Well, I want to plead guilty. 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 I did it. I want to plead guilty. I don't want to wait. I don't want arraignment. I do not want arraignment. I want to plead guilty right now. I want deportation. I want deportation. I do not want to be in America no more. I had enough. There's all racist stuff going on. Deport me. Deport me. Deport me. I don't want to be in America no more. Deport me.
Okay. Well, that will be for the immigration to make that determination.
No, I don't care. Deport me. Deport me. Okay. Deport me.
All right. Sir, you're going to be muted. Court dates, January 23rd, 2025, probable cause conference, followed by preliminary examination, January 30th, 2025. Both matters 9 o'clock at the Hamtramck District Courthouse. Mr. Ayash, bond conditions. You're not to have any contact with any of the witnesses in this case. There's no flammable liquids that you are to possess. You are not to go back to the location on 3341 Durimas. Okay.
He burned down a house.
And not to possess any firearms or any other dangerous weapons.
Arson.
Okay. Hamtramck, can you unmute? Since I muted you, you need to unmute.
And now we begin the little circus where that's not the mute button. That's the pan button on the camera. Close. Oh, we see we've got a lot of bailiffs.
I'm not looking at Mr.
Corrections
Ayash
officers
anymore.
standing by to watch this one.
The camera has moved. You still need to unmute.
Let's go further to the right. Oh, too far.
No, go back
there,
to.
There we go. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I didn't push anything. You know, the judge muted you. You have to unmute. That's how Zoom works. On the computer, not on the camera.
You're still muted. Can you hear me by shaking your head?
Yes, when I shake my head, I can hear you.
For Mr. Ayash, can you write down the court dates for Mr. Ayash? Okay. The other thing is, I don't know if Mr. Ayash wants to say anything in reference to bond, other than he has said he wants to be deported. Can you unmute, or do you want me to call you guys back? If you want me to call you guys back,
hang loose.
Raise your hand.
Oh,
all right.
Call back. Never mind.
I'm going to call you guys back. We're still in the process.
First, I'm going
to
hang up.
Hamtramck. Let me disconnect.
There they go. Detective Allison is there, ready to testify on this case. Dressed in his work uniform. Oh, no, his team uniform. I forget. Go Michigan.
Let's see.
Guilty.
All right.
He's still saying guilty.
The officer who raised his hand. What's your name, sir?
Investigator Danton.
Okay, Investigator Danton. Will you write down the court dates for Mr. Ayash?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
Who's got paper?
Will you also write down the bond conditions for Mr. Ayash?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, do you want me to repeat them?
If you can, please, Your Honor.
Sir, he's not to have any contact with any witnesses of this case. He's not to possess any flammable liquids.
Like
He's not to
gas.
possess any firearms or other dangerous weapons. And he's not to go back to 3341 Dorimuse,
This is
Hamtramck.
Michigan.
Yes, Your
Do
Honor.
you need the court dates?
Detroit.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
January 23rd, probable cause conference, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
January 30th, 2025, preliminary examination, 9 o'clock. Both matters
Okay.
at Hamtramck District Courthouse.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything, or Detective Allison, you want to tell me about Mr. Ayash?
Detective, speak up.
Detective
Little louder.
Allison? I
Little
believe-
louder.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I thought you were muted, sir. You're not.
Okay.
You're not
Yeah.
saying it. If you're saying something, I don't hear you. Nope.
Allison, you're muted.
Says the guy who couldn't unmute. The judge had to
Are you asking with respect to bond, Your Honor?
The judge had to recall
Yes.
the detention center.
Yeah,
To get
so at
them to
this time,
unmute.
Mr. Ayash, at this time, due to the severity of the charges, due to the people known at the house at the time of that event, we do believe he is a risk to public safety and
Look
himself.
at the defendant.
At this time, we're asking for a remand or a high bond.
Okay. Well, other than the court will make the determination as to whether he is a danger. But what I need to know is, does he have any priors, pending cases?
He has a couple traffic priors, and I believe one other for obstructing out of Warren, possibly.
So these are all traffic matters?
Yes, they are, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I don't take traffic matters into consideration. However, what I do see is that Mr. Ayash's behavior during this arraignment, him screaming multiple times that he wishes to be deported.
Exactly. I have no one here. I have nothing here. Why should I stay here? I have nothing in America. I'm homeless.
Okay. Mr. Ayash, that will go through immigration. However, your
Okay.
criminal matter has to proceed. Okay.
Okay.
In this particular matter, Mr. Ayash, did you want to say anything else as to bond?
Even my bond was $100, I still can't get out. What would it make a difference? I have nobody.
Okay.
I have nobody else. I don't have a penny in my pocket. Who's gonna bond me? I got no one. Even if it was $100, I still wouldn't get out. What would it make a difference if you put my bond this?
Can we switch to decaf
Thank
in
you,
the jail,
sir.
please?
Okay.
You welcome.
Court
Just
heard the
decaf only.
Court's heard the representations from Mr. Ayash, the police officer. We didn't have an opportunity from Detective Allison because his audio, for whatever reason, doesn't work. However,
like, it
regarding
worked
Mr.
before.
Ayash's behavior today during the arraignment, okay, and reading the allegations
Keep
in
an eye
the
on that
investigative
defendant.
report, court uses clear and convincing evidence standard when it's entertaining monetary bond. Okay, it is started off with personal bond basis in this matter. This charge is second degree arson. In reading the allegations, there were individuals in the house when there was smoke, the fire was started. The court does believe that Mr. Ayash
Yeah.
is a danger to the community. He's already indicated he does
Yeah.
not even have $100. He has nobody
Right.
that could post bond. But we still believe that Mr. Ayash is a danger. His bond in this case is going to
Yes.
be $100,000 cash surety.
He's like, yep, I'm in
That
danger.
concludes Mr. Ayash's arraignment.
Thank you.
What was that? 20 years in prison?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He thinks he's been sentenced. He has no clue.
Okay.
Detective finally
Sounds a
unmutes.
bird.
Oh, my
Yes, Your
goodness.
Romulus.
Okay. That's as far as we're going to go.
Let's see. Romulus.
She continues to have Zoom
Nobody.
problems throughout
Let's
this.
go, Cat.
So we're gonna stop that guy. All right. Let's see. We're waiting. We're waiting patiently for court to return. We still just have the view of the wall right now. So as soon as that comes back, we'll bring it to you. Like, what is that? 20 years in prison? Guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Yeah, I think that's one that is going to be played at his trial. Prosecution is going to be like a judge. If you'd indulge us, if we could just play this little clip. It's only about 30 seconds long. It's from an arraignment. You might want to hear this. All right. Wow. The guy from Friday, where I'm still trying to find out how long the file is. I need to know how long it is. I can't find it. So Josh or Amber, if you can tell me from beginning to end, breaking news, filing in mod chat. I saw that is that with Karen Reed? Okay, hang on. Thank you for the posting. How many pages is this? Oh, it's only a few pages. Judge Cannoni in the Karen Reed retrial, well, I guess, yeah. Memo of decision and order on Commonwealth motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Murray Russell. That's the dog bite expert. Before the court's the decision. The decision is, before a witness can provide expert testimony, the court as a gatekeeper must make a preliminary determination that testimony has satisfied the requirements for admissibility. Expert testimony is admissible when the testimony concerns matters beyond the common knowledge of jurors and will aid the jurors in reaching a decision. Expert testimony is inadmissible, however, when the witness testifies to matters beyond her area of expertise. The determination of admissibility is within the court's discretion. However, before the court may exercise its discretion to admit expert testimony, the party seeking to offer the testimony here, the defendant must establish 5 foundational elements. Okay, where's the decision? Here, the recognition of dog bite wounds is not within the common knowledge of layperson and requires expert testimony, and Dr. Russell is qualified expert as to these topics. She is board certified emergency medical doctor with over 30 years experience, is trained in forensic pathology, has conducted over 500 autopsies. With respect to dog bites specifically, Dr. Russell has treated hundreds of wounds resulting from dog attacks during her time as an emergency room doctor and co-authored peer-reviewed articles in the treatment of law enforcement canine bites in the emergency room. Lastly, informing her opinion in this case, Dr. Russell conducted a differential diagnosis based on the pattern of the victim's wounds and their characteristics, and supported her theory with references to peer-reviewed publications. Use of differential diagnosis is a standard scientific technique. Accordingly, the court finds that Dr. Russell's testimony satisfies the 5 foundational elements and therefore will allow Dr. Russell to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. So she's coming in. It would be hard to keep a witness like that out. It really would. Well, she had certification through experience. She had everything. All right. It just dropped. That was the official judges. And if you want to read that yourself, the whole decision, you can find that over on the Discord page as the gavel drops. It's not my Discord, but it's a group that we partner with. As the gavel drops, that came courtesy of them. Thank you very much. You can find that and many, many other documents on pretty much any other case you can think of or have heard of, all over there on Discord. So the Discord. Let's see, go to mod chat. Oh no. They took down our follow-ups from Friday. It's not available. Bummer. So we'll need somebody to spoil it for us. The court sometimes deletes things off the web. And they did that with the thing from Friday. Josh, this just goes to prove that I need to send you an Apple TV device and a HyperDeck, so you can grab that stuff as you're watching it. Yeah, Josh, if you want to break the news, that would be awesome. Let us know what happened in that case. That was a case where there was a professional, like a psychologist or psychiatrist or something, that was charged with, I don't even know. They have not started openings yet. We are waiting. We're waiting for them to come back from lunch. It should be in just a minute. This whole morning, Sunshine State of Mind, we've wasted time. Excuse me, did I say wasted? We've spent time discussing the qualifications and testimony of a Dr. Douglas Lewis, who, a clinical psychologist who is not going to be admitted in trial as far as testimony goes. Bug Duggar contributing to the funds, Josh, with equipment. Funds, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Bug Duggar. Josh will thank you as well when it's time to get that sent out. Do they have a jury? Yes, they do. They have a jury. They seated the jury last week. The jury is from, two or 3 hours away in Nashville, and they've bussed them down to the courtroom, or to the city where the court is being held. I think it's Chattanooga. I don't know. I think it's Chattanooga or something like that. It's a great name. Once you hear it, it'll stick in your head. I just can't pronounce them. They're going to be sequestered, or they are sequestered, meaning they have government-provided hotel, bailiff monitoring, no access to the media, and it's going to be about a 10-day trial, roughly, maybe 11 now that we've had this slow start. But we'll see what happens here. We have sound, and it's noisy. These all-wood courtrooms are very noisy. Congratulations, Josh. Josh got engaged over the weekend. Congratulations, Josh. That is awesome. We're super excited for you. Just need ready funds as of Friday. That is really cool. There's our defendant in the light blue tie. Looking sharp in that suit. It's a well-fitting suit. Looks tailored.
Terry, if you can dare to approach, please. Yes, sir.
All right, we are. This is Judge Boyd Patterson, who has been pretty level on this trial as far as his rulings. Not very emotional, even though the prosecutor has tried to bring the heat. Mods are irresistible. That's awesome. A couple things that are going to come out in this court case, or we expect to come out in this court case, is the actions the defendant took after the death. And by death, I'm talking about the 60-plus stabbings that resulted in Jasmine Pace's death.
Jury today, once after the jurors get sworn. So we're going to round up those officers and they'll get sworn momentarily right after the jury. When they're ready, Terry, let me know, and then we'll bring in the jury. Yes, Judge. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we approach, Your Honor? Yes, sir.
Okay, the approach again, once more off the record. Interesting things will be brought in. For instance, Jasmine Pace's social media account was updated with a picture of Jasmine Pace after she died, saying something about, hey, hanging out with my bestie or something, or hanging out with my boyfriend after she died. The picture was one that was from before she had at least one tattoo. So it was an old picture that was posted on her phone. I believe it's believed that the defendant is the one that posted that. So there's some consciousness of guilt type behavior that you're going to see in this testimony. There's our prosecutor. She is a bulldog too. She was chasing it today. Do we know why he did this? No. A lot of times we don't get an answer to that. We do know they had a relationship briefly. I don't think he had been introduced to her family yet, but they had been dating for a period of time. I think just a few weeks when this happened. I don't know if it's public defender. I would guess that it's not public defender based on how they just brought in an expert a long time ago. But if I guess that was December 7th, they first called out to the expert. So the expert would have to be approved through the court if it's a public defender, because that's government funds that are going towards that, or tax funds.
The trial will go some time. The jury will be brought in. They'll be sworn. Officers will be sworn. I'll read some preliminary jury instructions. The state will read the indictment. If they choose, they can make an opening statement. Mr. Chen, so if the attorney wishes to make an opening statement, we'll do it then too. And we're going to go right into proof. If anyone wants to stretch, better do it now, because otherwise we're going to be for the session for quite some time. Everyone's ready, sir. Everyone's ready back there? Yes, sir.
Okay, bring the jury.
You will bring the jury.
Go. Lottery. Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Sorry, I'm playing with my sound effects.
Feel free to sit wherever you want.
No assigned seating for the jury?
Yeah, where are the seats here, sir?
There will be one chair that's kind of off to the end there. So if anybody particularly big, over 6 feet, need to stretch your legs, that might be a good chair for you.
Can I have for that one, Judge?
That'll be her chair. All right, please be seated. Welcome again to Chattanooga. Welcome to the courtroom. As you can see, it's the exact opposite of where we were last week, or how the courtroom is laid out. So it feels a little backwards too. That's how we felt all last week. Hope you had a restful night last night. We already started the trial momentarily. And with that, I'll have you all stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Jason Chen, upon a true bill of indictment charging him with the offense of first-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, a true deliverance made, and a true verdict rendered, according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
Please be seated. Got a little bit of a taste, I'm sorry, of what's in front of you in some ways. You're in court now. There will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning in the pre-trial matters. So be prepared. There will be some times where we ask you to step out and be patient with us and work the matters that at any end save time for everybody. Terry, you bring the officers in. Yes, Jeff.
Okay, guys.
G. Sean White, we read that just a little bit ago. That's crazy. A lot of people were expecting her to rule that Dr. Russell wouldn't be allowed to testify, but it's coming in.
All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, that you will deliver them safely into court, so help you God. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
With that, the jury has begun their sequestration.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with violations of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is a formal accusation charging a defendant with one or more criminal offenses. The presentment does not constitute evidence. Presentment 315-228 charges the defendant with 2 offenses: first-degree premeditated murder and abuse of the courts. These offenses and the lesser included offenses will be defined for you later in the trial. Presentment 315-228, the defendant pleads not guilty. The defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. He may not be found guilty unless, after hearing all the evidence, arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge. But moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state carries the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden remains on the state throughout the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence, produce any evidence, or make any statements or arguments. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offenses charged in the presentment. You must base that decision only on the evidence presented during this trial and the court's instructions about the applicable law to be applied. Next will be the parties' opening statements. The state will describe the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. The opening statement itself is not evidence, but operates to help you understand the evidence that will be presented during the trial. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement. Then comes the state's case in chief, during which the state will present its evidence. The evidence will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the lawyers for the parties. Jurors, you will be allowed to ask witnesses questions. Any juror who has a question or a witness should put your question or questions in writing. Let Felix or the court officers know. The questions will remain anonymous and should not include your name. The court will consult with the parties outside your hearing and decide how and whether the question should be asked. I may ask the juror's question in whole or in part, or may change the wording of the question. This is very important. You shall not give any meaning to any question that was not asked, or at the meeting the wording has been changed. The question might not have been asked because doing so would be unfair to the defense. Your question might not be asked because it would be unfair to the state. The question might not be asked because both lawyers have decided not to ask the question. The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question. But here's the takeaway. You cannot speculate as to why one of your questions was not asked, or why was it asked in a different form. It could be for a number of very important reasons, or not as important reasons. But one thing is for certain, speculating would definitely be unfair to someone. That's why you cannot speculate on why a question was not asked. After the state completes its case in chief, the defendant may present evidence. Again, the defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify.
We're in Tennessee.
The burden always remains on the state to establish that the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence, you will receive written instructions about the rules of law that you are to use. Finally, the parties will be offered an opportunity to present closing arguments. During closing arguments, the parties will summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence. As with opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. At that point, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You'll then begin your deliberations in the jury room. It will be your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law as will be provided to you in the court's instructions to the facts. From that application, you will arrive at a verdict. Your deliberations will be in secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdicts to anyone. Your role as jurors includes making judgments about witness testimony. In making that decision of credibility,
working on the sound as best I can.
You may ask yourself questions like, did the witness impress you as honest? Did the witness have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness have a good memory of the relevant events? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the relevant events? Did the witness appear to understand the question clearly, answering directly? And did the witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Do not base your verdict on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Your job is to consider the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Circumstantial evidence and direct evidence constitute the basic types of evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer that other facts exist. Both types of evidence carry equal value under the law. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. I'm going to repeat that. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. That means that you must listen very carefully to the witnesses as they testify. You're not required to take notes. If you wish, you may take notes during the trial for your own use. You have to provide a pen and paper if you decide to take notes. Both the state and the defendant deserve a fair trial. Accordingly, you must make your decision based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. Any juror who engages in independent research about persons or matters relating to the case violates the fairness of the trial. This has been a sequestered jury, so you will not have access to any electronics. But it's important that you know that until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors only. You must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned the verdict and the case is at an end. One of the things that comes up every now and then over the days is sometimes jurors will feel like they have to talk to the case about someone, so they'll talk to a court officer about it. You can't do that either. You can't talk to the court officer about general procedure, defendants in general, so you can talk about anything other than this case and criminal procedure, the lawyers, parties, and this court as well. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a sentencing hearing, after which you will determine for the offense of first-degree premeditated murder, the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or life imprisonment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as I said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial,
no death penalty.
Make an objection. This simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made or from the ruling on that objection. The rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to the lawyers and should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt the proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings, so please remain patient, because in the long run, they save time for everyone. This completes my opening comments to you. General Redo,
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's the open from the state. We're finally beginning.
State of Tennessee, Criminal Court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022 in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation inflict mortal injuries on Jasmine Case, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Case on or about the 23rd day of November 2023 in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chen plead to count 1?
Not guilty.
General?
Count 2. The grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022 in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312 against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's the indictment by grand jury. Oh, she starts with the gloves. Oh my goodness. I love this already.
This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Case. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in a novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Case was very real. And Jason Chen really killed her. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Case, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through. From the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022 buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment
In front of the Walmart
with a suitcase.
Saw that red pen.
He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace.
Whoa.
I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then of using her corpse. Thank you.
Mr. Chen.
I think we're going to count objections. Defense now making opening statements to the jury. See where they focus their story. Theory.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. And I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace.
Okay.
He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable manner. The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that there was a felony, but there wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation, and can't, because there wasn't.
Saying there was no premeditation, the state can't prove
Jason
it.
Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Nolensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard bringing him up. Jason graduated from high school and then went to college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship and they started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drank wine, smoked pot, smoked wax, watched movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking over. Very small apartment. In order to open one of the bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic around it, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in an anger, into a rage, and they started yelling and fighting verbally. Jason came into the kitchen.
So there's no scratches.
And you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute. Not the words, but can hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bath mat got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back into his bedroom, and Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife, and he reacts. And he stabs. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is rushing. You're in a panic. You're in a fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. He panicked. He comes to, and he's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. He's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then he goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. He should have. But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. And where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media. Whatever he can do to give himself an alibi in his eyes. It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing, who would go to such lengths and have such courage, should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was trapped by Katrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace.
Incompetent and impotent?
In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for their missing, look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford, you're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask many questions about any of that. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason, after being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged with. Jason Chen should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he did. Thank you.
The rule has been requested. If anybody's going to testify in this case that's not the lead investigator for the case or a member of the Pace family, you need to go and step out. General Fire Person.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a DVD on Your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Katrina Bean.
Will you play through your laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I have a few minutes? This is the first step.
You may step out any time, Space.
Well, Your Honor.
State's first witness. Pace, hang on just a moment, please. Ms. Long, you want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
Yeah. Well, the court just give me 2 minutes, Judge.
Yes. Please step out.
First witness is the mom. She's asked if she can have just a moment. The judge said we're going to go straight from openings to testimony with no break. Obviously, the mom listening to the defense stand up there and accuse her of staging the crime scene to incentivize the Chattanooga police to investigate. And also having to listen to the defense spell out a series of events that puts the victim, Jasmine, as the assailant, and the defendant, Jason Chen, as the victim. Basically saying he did it in self-defense. That's a lot. That's a lot for a mom to listen to. Wow. It's always interesting when defense stands up and says my client is guilty, and they did in this case.
He needs a glass of water, needs a break of some kind, just let Felix know. Go ahead and step out, please. And second, the rest of yours can stay. Sir, you can stay. Unless anyone else needs a restroom break. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we've got jury members. Some going in, some going out. The judge did not want a break right here, but we're getting one. Defense ended saying that the only issue at play here is the issue of premeditation. If there is no premeditation, there's no first-degree murder. And then he closes by saying Jason Chen is guilty, but he is not guilty of the crime he's charged with. Jason should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he didn't. A good one-liner, but he attacked the family. He's attacked the victim. And he attacked the police all in his opening statement. But this is setting the stage for a pretty epic battle in the courtroom as we have some strong personalities who are facing off here. So the first witness we have up as soon as this break is over is going to be Katrina Bean, formerly Pace, Jasmine's mom. And looking back to what the prosecution said during their opening, was it Cody Womp? I think her name is Cody Womp. She said, I'm going to have some, you might not understand why I'm calling the people I do, like when we start this, but it's laying foundation. I think I'd understand why they call the victim's mom, but it's laying foundation. So to have a counter, I think we're going to do a counter just for objections. But the catch is I can't put it on screen yet. I have to disconnect. I've got all my feeds. I either need to buy another adapter, or I need to take one of my feeds from my HyperDeck, because my HyperDeck can play both what is happening live as well as something that's recorded. So I'd have to take off what I've recorded one to set that up. But I'll get it set up. A Boy Scout I am not. Whatever. Eagle Scout. And Wood Badge certified. Teresa says, I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I know all the players in this case. Cody Womp is a bulldog and will take the defense down. Rumor has it that the defense can't be trusted. The judge is watching with eagle eyes. Well, they already pulled a move that seemed a bit sketchy early on in this one, and that's when Friday, a snow day, basically the last work day before trial, they announced that they're bringing in an expert witness to have a defense for that the defendant is not culpable of, did not possess the capability to form premeditation because of involuntary intoxication. That witness got thrown out. The judge said, no, I'm not going to allow that for a number of reasons. But it's sort of like a snake move, last minute. An Eagle Scout mom. That means you earned the Eagle Scout award. Most Eagle Scout moms have done more work for their son's award than their son did. Man. What do you guys think of the defense theory? We haven't heard any evidence yet, but the defense theory that this was in self-defense. The things that speak against that, I would say, is the lack of calling the police. All the efforts he took to try to hide the murder. I mean, taking her SIM card. I think he took her SIM card so he could post to her account to make it look like she was still alive. It's crazy. Richard Chambers says, I have some news. I started work today after last year's failed offer, and I finish at 6 p.m. UK full-time from home, and will watch what I can. Richard, that's awesome. Hope you enjoy your work. Congratulations on the 10 months as well. Hope you enjoyed the new employment. Bite me. Rebecca says, some would say you have too many cables, switches, monitors, and buttons, but you say more. I love you, Scott. Butter sugars, XOXO. Yeah, I have a few. I have a few cables. There are a couple that are back here. But there's always one more. It's not how SIM cards work. Why would you don't think you can hot swap a SIM card to have a phone identify with a different carrier? If they both have identical phones, for instance, if they've got different plans, you could swap the SIM card and be able to access information as if it were the other phone. At least from my experience, that's what we've done. How many witnesses did I miss? None, Bad Juju. The first witness, who was the victim's mom, is going to be up in just a moment. We've just got a little break here. 60 stab wounds blows the self-defense away. Chris, defense explains that as, I blacked out. It's awfully convenient. It's awfully convenient to black out and not have any recollection of what you did. During the moment where you stabbed 60 times, and then come to immediately afterward, regretting it. Usually, that number of stab. That's indicative of a personal relationship between the victim and the assailant. It's rare to see that brutal of an attack without some sort of personal connection. Say my name. The 60 times as well. Wait till you get to the medical examiner, the autopsy, and we find out that the attacks were not on her hands and her arms or forearms as might be if they were fighting face to face, but mostly to her back. You did hear during the defense opening that they assert that the handcuffs were only placed on her after she was killed to help her fit in the bags he was trying to dispose of her body in. The one piece of evidence that defense wanted to present to the jury, a demonstrative exhibit that shows or suggests that she was handcuffed prior to the stabbing, the judge ruled as inadmissible this morning. And he did that at the same time that he ruled that the defense witness responding to that about the involuntary intoxication, or the voluntary intoxication, would also not be allowed in. McKenzie, you might be able to go to court. That would be awesome. We'd love to hear if you're able to report from the courtroom. Please just remember, learn all the courtroom's rules and do follow them. We don't want anyone getting in trouble and spending the night in the slammer on our account. Can't go back as evidence. Right. According to Woo, member for 20 months, OG. Work's been making me work lately, but looking forward to another year with this amazing group. Thank you. Thank you, according to Woo. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you are trying to do the pinned message, just pay attention. There are two different links. One to submit your information and one to view information. And it does take a little while after you submit it for the PIN to show up. McKenzie, that'd be awesome. We'd love, if you do go, make sure you plug the burner phone number into your phone. We'd love to hear from you during the breaks about what you're able to observe. I didn't hear a time frame on the blackout, Rebecca. But if it was 20 seconds, 60 stabs in 20 seconds is a lot. That's a ton in that time frame. Defense wanted to say cuffs were on after. Prosecution wanted to say they were on before. Well, I can tell you why. Defense wanted to say the handcuffs were put on after because it's really hard to say it was self-defense if she was shackled like that. And if we do look at these injuries, and I don't know how they're going to spell out, but if these injuries that she sustained are all to her back and her neck and her torso, and we don't have defensive injuries, say like on both hands, which would be completely natural to have defensive injuries, that would indicate that she was shackled during the stabbing. Yeah, lots of questions here. I usually make mistakes when I say defense and prosecution. I apologize. Thanks for catching that, 13th juror. And blaming the police and the family for traipsing the blood around to make the scene look worse. It's going to be a tough one. Tough one to listen to. Donna Barry, I think you're going to be amazed at the strength of this woman. She fought to get this far, and I would even say that she broke the law to get this far by breaking into the apartment when the police wouldn't help with what when she knew something was wrong. Let's see what happens here with all the juries back. We're about to have the first witness of the case. This is the victim's mom. The defendant sent in the middle there is accused of stabbing the victim 60 times, stuffing her suitcase in a bag, putting that stuffing her body in his bag, putting that in a suitcase, and dropping it off by the river.
The jury's back in the courtroom.
The state would call Katrina Bean to the stand, Your Honor.
swear that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Bean.
And just going to talk a little bit about yourself, your family, before we get started. If you need a break, let us know. Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bean.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many?
4.
And is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size?
She was tiny. You could say that weighed 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
In our pool house.
And where would your house, would the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the pool house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what is us mean? Can you explain that
My
to
husband
her?
and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
So Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I will make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? You can't just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and thought it had she'd been in remission and she got sick and quickly, within a 24-hour period, we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd. And she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. The next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't get an answer. I sent messages.
Was that abnormal?
To not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No.
She had never brought him to the house?
No.
Was she private?
She was.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
It was about 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Lack of foundation. With a proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No.
Did you try on the 24th?
Yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and I couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving. And a friend reached me and said that she hadn't heard from Jasmine, that was, she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that sign into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma.
And how did you know that?
Because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them.
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
Because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording because I was so upset about my grandmother. And but on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, "I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina," which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family was from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, her grandmother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there with her.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Verizon was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line to see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's a It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Yeah.
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on a different phone that I had to confirm the text. You get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy app? It might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be to find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left your house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
She had to go full cyber sleuth to discover her daughter's murder.
Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movements on November 22nd at 11:27 p.m.
And do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up her My Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
You need picture. There you go. Exhibit 1.
Permission published. All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time. So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed?
Yes.
Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can look mine.
All right. The second page of State's Exhibit 1. Does it show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Okay.
That's my address.
And then destination?
The 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, I ask this is State's Exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Exhibit 2.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at State's Exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
The Tremont Street.
Okay. And then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says start.
Okay. And so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay. Next page here. This will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street.
Yes.
And then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mount Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road.
Why?
Because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my Jasmine's sister, Gabby, had met us there. I don't remember why she arrived. My oldest son.
Okay. Is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mount Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that?
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
So, explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mount Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We called the police.
After you found her vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on the My Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle?
Yeah.
Was anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you stated that you called the police?
Yes.
Did a police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I can just take a look at those.
This mom did all the detective work, tracking down her daughter. Next level stuff, getting a new phone, put it on her daughter's phone plan onto that phone so that she could get the text message confirmation to access the My Chevy app data.
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
And do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd ask that these 4 photos be taken exhibit 3, Judge.
Are these separate photos?
There are 4.
Okay, can we mark them separately? I think it's easier to pull for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's 3, unless that will mess up your presentation.
No.
Okay. Exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 6. One mark them. Go ahead.
Sure. Does it matter what order? Yeah.
So they're talking to Jason, so Jason's in these photographs as well.
I'll be refer to the exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or lawyers talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it. It'll make it easier for you to refer to the juror. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Miss Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes.
Who is that next to you?
My husband.
And I'm going to have you with this pointer here. You can see that red is a button.
Mm-hmm.
If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle.
Right there.
Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then
Also, right there, Jasmine's vehicle.
okay, State's Exhibit number 5, which the witness is
Car
looking at, and
closest
that
to us.
again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
All right. This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Gabby Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm going to go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
Call exhibit 4 duplicate, huh?
Yes, Judge.
Exhibit 4
Yes, the 4 is duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you?
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so I can mark it as first as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure I keep this.
Combine them. Do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mount Creek Road?
No.
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mount Creek Road?
No.
Did you knock on any doors that night?
We knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you learn anything significant?
No.
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen.
Correct.
Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I just got from Verizon and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So, to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment?
No.
And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen. Did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem. I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the...
Did he seem concerned?
No, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time you said he spoke to her?
I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he spoke to her?
From what I can remember, he changed his story and said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked for how long. And he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, you know, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, you know, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And that's what sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No.
about Jasmine?
No.
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
No.
Did he offer his assistance?
No.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to a detective that would be assigned. You know, I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was going to go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No.
No investigator called you to follow up?
No.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
When he left, were you still there?
Yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get towed to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartments to see if he could help us with footage, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there, so we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle, so we'd know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall his name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did. And then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at security footage after he was able to get it.
And did you view that security footage?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see he was inside?
No, you couldn't tell.
Okay. All right. So back to what you all did after that. You stayed at Mountain Creek Road. You talked to the security officer. At what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to 500 Tremont Street.
What?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was at 500 Tremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her.
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. by this time, there is multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey, and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, do you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I remember we went to a Mr. Burrito downtown because I guess above there is apartments that he, somebody called in and said that he lived there. He did priorly live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that,
And who all was with you? Did anybody else join the search party as well?
Yes, Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie. I'm not sure of her last name.
Travis is Jasmine Fireworks father.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Wayne Tubbs, had joined us too.
Okay. Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 110 Tremont?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days and we were just searching everywhere. Once the security officer from the apartments had got back with us, we were, at one house we just spoke to Chen's parents, which they just said, don't call back again. And we went back to the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages.
Okay.
And seeing that she had sent me a pin drop of her location. And that's why we went to the 110 Tremont.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine's? And when you say conversation, do you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
What caused you to go back and look at that?
I don't remember. We were trying to get the footage working at the apartments with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it, and I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop because I thought it was my pin drop I had sent to her.
Just objection.
Man, she did most of the investigation herself. Sadly, that is going to be a point of contention throughout this trial, as defense is trying to say that everything that the family touched, they had incentive to either manipulate or set up to make it look like Jason was more guilty, which is a strange defense because they've already come out and said Jason did this. Jason committed the murder. But they're trying now to whittle down any possibility or every possibility that would convince the jury to indicate that he did this with premeditation.
I want to clear something up, Katrina. When you say that you located a pin drop, which is basically location sharing, you said from her, meaning Jasmine, you don't actually know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop?
No.
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I do.
And did it come from what
Her
was
phone line.
her phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that that location was shared from that phone with you?
It's November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the pin drop coordinates from the message.
Does that accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm asking this is state's exhibit number 7. 7.
Objection.
It could be one. I would say this could be one judge. They go together. So 7. All right. So just while you look at the screen again. Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And is that another photo? When you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is where this red is? What is this building?
Apartment complex, Jason Chen lives.
So when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne Tubbs had met up with us later on in the evening after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared because that was not normal. Jasmine had never sent me a pin drop location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that's lived or
no
frequented this building?
No.
Okay. So you traveled to this location. Do you recall what the address was?
I believe it's 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around. Katrina, I've just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the apartment building that I found my daughter's stuff in.
Okay. And do you recall when you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you could see in this photo?
I went into the door right there.
Okay. Let's see. The door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct?
Correct.
Double door.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is this a parking lot?
It is.
Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
How did nobody hear this?
I'm not sure.
Where did you all park when you got there?
I actually parked right back behind out my car.
On the street?
I did. It was right by the parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Actually, a gentleman that lived there had let us in.
Did you tell him why you were there?
Yes.
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
We knocked on every door. We were also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on their door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes.
What was that?
Spoke to a neighbor that told me that.
Objection, your side.
It's not going to matter now.
From prior hearings, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did. So for the non-hearsay purpose, shall be admitted with objection number. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth of the matter, sir. They're only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bean did what she did.
So what led you to apartment 210?
The neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Was he
from that direction? And Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
So the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was.
And did you and your family knock on that door?
We did. No one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card from my wallet out of my car, and we broke into the apartment. I knew something was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No.
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
We opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up.
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
It had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards that I had seen on the counter. A little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings?
I did.
And you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe to the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, it would be to your right.
Okay. And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. I took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and ID in the desk.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What are they?
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's being states next to exhibit.
Exhibit A.
Sorry, just the 2 exhibits?
There are 2 photos too.
Let's make them 8 and 9. What you for? Let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Thanks, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
The door is to the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
It's just in the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
Just open the drawers right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember. I think they were pretty much stacked together. Not perfectly. I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag. It's right there at the back left.
What's with all the pictures on the wall?
On the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
They did.
Were they able to help you?
No.
Did a investigator come out?
No.
Did you talk to Zach Crawford with the Homicide Division?
No.
Did you talk to any detective in the Missing Persons Division?
No.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
Yes. I mean, they took another report. And,
told you?
And they talked to the neighbor.
But told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay. When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until police left.
And then what'd you do?
I went back in to his apartment.
For what?
To get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What did you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you recall how many phones you found in Mr. Chen's
there was
apartment?
multiple.
Okay. And what else?
Notebooks. I don't remember what all. There was
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would have to hire a private investigator for. I don't know, I was panicking. I didn't know what I needed to be able to find her. So I took whatever that I thought possibly I could go through and help find clues about where my daughter would be.
How many times, I'll ask it this way, what period of time was it that you were entering and exiting the apartment?
that morning after the police had left.
Would that have been the morning of November 27th?
Would have been, yes.
Okay. So was it that day?
My timeline kind of, I hadn't slept still.
Do you know what day it was the last time you went into Jason's apartment?
I did not go into Jason Chen's apartment again after we met with Officer Crawford and was getting some help.
Okay. You're going to be asked questions, as we now know, about staging crime scene. Katrina, did you have any idea what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any desire to pin it on to Jason Chen at that point?
I was still looking for my daughter.
Did you ever bring anything into the apartment and leave it there?
No.
Did you take massive quantities of Jasmine's blood and pour it in the floor?
I didn't see any of Jasmine's blood.
You didn't take anything into the apartment, did you?
No.
Did you move things around so that police would see items in certain places?
No.
Were you concerned at that point about the police investigation?
I wasn't thinking about a police investigation. I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared. That sounds bad. What was going on?
At some point, finally, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department get involved?
Yes.
What was the first contact you had with them?
Well, Officer Tomlin, I had sent the pictures and the information I had myself and her friends had collected, and he had informed me not to call him on weekends. He would get back to me in normal business hours.
Do you know Officer Tomlin, do you know what division of CPD he worked with?
I don't.
Okay, but you talked to him and I'm sorry, continue.
And then after that, Officer Crawford and Emory got involved.
At some point, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department come to your home to take photos of some of the items you had taken from Jason's apartment?
Yes.
And to be clear, did you take Jasmine's driver's license and her credit cards from Jason's apartment?
Yes.
To your house?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos, Katrina?
Yes.
Were those photos taken at your home?
Yeah.
Are those photos taken of items that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
That's these four photos, I believe there's four shows of these next four exhibits.
For 13.
Exhibit 13. Katrina, is that your daughter?
It is.
Is that her valid driver's license?
Yes.
Underneath that driver's license, are those her credit cards that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
Is this a photo of other items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes.
Including that cell phone on top, it looks like some clothing items.
Yes.
It looks like some clothing items.
Yes.
What number is that there?
I'm sorry. That was 6 to 12. Now we are showing Ms. Bean states at 11. More items, again, 4 phones, and then what is this item right here?
I don't even remember, but it looks like a camera.
Okay.
Or a camera.
And was there some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
And these are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took?
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 10. This is sort of a further back photo, is that correct? And it shows, again, Jasmine's
This
driver's
is,
license and credit card, is that correct?
Yes.
Is anyone else concerned about what they're seeing? Who has
Did you
all these phones?
also allow investigators to view and potentially collect items from the pool house that Jasmine was staying in?
Yes.
Describe the pool house for the jury.
Right below our house, in front of a pool.
Their place to sleep.
There is.
Was Jasmine staying there temporarily, or was that her place of residence long term?
She was staying there temporarily.
Why?
Because we've had been working on the house at the bottom of our driveway. It was almost finished. It was for her.
So she was living in a pool house while her house was being built. Showing the witness 4 photos. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
They're the outside of my pool house and the inside of it.
Were those photos taken the week of November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Is that what the pool house looked like at that time?
Yes.
Does it show some of Jasmine's belongings?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these 4 photos be the state's next 4 exhibits.
14 through 17.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Ms. Bean, is that your pool house?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15. Is that the bathroom in the pool house?
Yes.
That would have been the bathroom that Jasmine was using?
Yes.
Another photo of the bathroom?
Yes.
To the left is the shower, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, this is State's Exhibit 16. And then lastly, State's Exhibit 17. Is this a photo of the shower?
Yes.
Would you agree that the item there located at the base of the shower is a toothbrush?
It is.
Is that a toothbrush?
It is.
Let's be clear about something for the jury, Ms. Bean. Police department came to your home on this night, correct? Did you ever go back to Jason's apartment after the police department came to your home on this night?
No.
Why?
Because I felt like they were gonna help me.
Were you aware that a search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment on November 28, 2022?
Yes.
What was the next contact that you had with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember.
Were you informed that your daughter's blood had been found inside Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
I'm gonna have one with Judge. Katrina, you've been to all the court dates in this case, haven't you?
Almost all of them, except for a couple I had to listen to on live.
You've never heard the defendant admit that he murdered your daughter? Ever?
No.
First time you heard that story was today?
Yes.
Is that what affected you when you were first?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Nothing further, Judge.
Defense could lose the jury right here. Depends how they handle this.
How helpful is Officer Pierre at the apartments?
Took a report and gave me a card.
Did you find the Chattanooga Police Department helpful when you were down the street or at the Signal View apartments?
No.
Audio is terrible here.
You then went.
His mic is off, or we're using a different mic.
No.
And at some point you go to Walmart's.
Yes.
And that's where you discover the pin drop from Jasmine's phone.
To my recollection, no. It was after Waffle House. Waffle House, we called his parents.
But you saw that message, and that's what led you to Jason Chen's apartment complex.
No, I wasn't at Waffle House. I believe I was at the apartment complex when I seen the pin drop, and that is what led us to the apartments.
You were interviewed by police about what happened at Jason's apartment, weren't you?
Yes.
He's very quiet, and we don't have his mic feed turned on for
What
some
did
reason.
you tell the police about how you got inside?
That we knocked hard and that it opened up.
That was a lie.
It was.
He's asking about how they got into the apartment and what they told the
And
police
did you
about how
ever
they got in.
testify previously in this case?
I do.
And just like today, then you took an oath, didn't you?
I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
What did you tell this court on how you got, or how you entered into the apartment?
that we opened up with a credit card.
Did you say during that hearing who opened the door with the credit card?
I don't remember.
If you saw a copy of your transcript of the testimony of that day, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Please go ahead and read over your previous testimony and let me know when you have an opportunity or when you're done.
So defense starts out trying to impeach the witness, the mom of the victim, who basically solved the crime herself. Found the car, found the apartment, found the ID, found the credit cards.
Okay. Did you mean to give me two separate pages that are page 28 and 45?
No, ma'am, I just meant to keep the top page. But once it goes back, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, that we entered in.
Who did you tell the court opened the door at the hearing in which you testified?
Travis.
And did you say whether or not you had seen him open the door?
I was behind him. I didn't see him do it, but
Did you not just testify on direct that you opened the door with a credit card?
no, I did not. So that we went down and I got a credit card from my wallet.
And who opened the door?
Travis opened the door.
And did you see him do it?
I was behind him. I can't say that I seen him or watched him do it, but he was opening it and then we got in, so.
I may or may not have opened a few doors with a credit card in my time. Butter knife works as well.
Here's page 45. You can read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Refresh my recollection on,
How you made entry into Jason Chen's apartment.
I already said that we used a credit card and entered his apartment.
And what did you say on that day?
It says right here, you asked, would you remember whether or not someone had to use a credit card to jimmy the door open for you to get in? I said, I don't remember, actually. And I believe that was because you were asking about the next time we got in, not the original time.
Why would you have to use a credit card to get in a second or third time after you've already opened?
Because I'm assuming it was locked.
And so after the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Pardon me?
After the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Did I unlock the door?
You did not unlock the door?
I don't know. I don't remember the details of if a door was locked or if a drawer was opened or a cabinet or who did it. I don't remember those details. Those were not relevant details to me in the moment because who opened a cabinet or a door or it.
Why is your testimony different today than it was?
It isn't. And I'm recalling it to the best of my ability for something that happened 2.5 years ago that I hadn't slept and that I was scared to death.
So when I asked you back in February last year, so you went in there, how did you get into the apartment? You said, I don't remember.
Oh, well, that was for the second time. And I don't remember.
And you're saying that you went back into the apartment 2 or 3 times?
Yes.
After you had gone through Jason's apartment, well, let me ask this, how many people went into Jason's
I don't know.
You don't know.
I can't count that I was there.
Who else?
Gabby and Travis. I don't know who else, if anyone else went in.
And after you found out that Swan was in there, you called the police.
Yes,
How many police officers responded?
2 or 3.
Did any of those officers go inside?
Yes,
Were you aware that they were wearing body cameras?
I wasn't.
Would you remember what the apartment looked like when you went in on that day?
No, I can't say that exactly. I would.
If we could have the best laptop.
Looks like we're going to be watching some body camera footage, if it's allowed, what the apartment looked like when the police went in. I think what we're going to be getting out of this one is the knife on the bed that was not there when the police were there initially. This is a key point in the defense case, that the scene was staged for later when the police came through the second time. Judge gives us permission. You can stand and stretch.
Yeah, I'll you.
And it goes quiet here for a bit. Yeah, this mom, she was not going to be stopped by a pesky thing like a rule or a law. When she called the police and they refused to help, when she called the police and they said, "Don't call us on the weekends, call us during business. I don't like working on the weekends." Man, she took matters into her own hands. I cannot wait to hear from the law enforcement on this case. Wonder if they're still employed there, these particular officers. Looks like a packed courtroom.
Your Honor, defense is ready to proceed.
You're all ready to proceed?
Can we approach, Judge?
Okay, defense says they're ready to proceed. Approaching now on this one. Sorry, my chair was way too short there. I wonder if the prosecution is going to object to this being shown, because she says she doesn't remember what it was like when she was there. If she doesn't have a recollection, showing her the body camera footage to refresh her recollection, I don't know. We'll see if it gets allowed. Detective Vids, the testimony we heard just earlier was that the officer told the mom, don't call me on the weekends, call back during a weekday. That's what the detective said. I think that was after she got the officer's card. DMB, I can key out whatever color of shirt I'm wearing. It doesn't have to be green. Switching through a couple of videos here. Kimmy, the first time the mom has heard the defendant take accountability for the murder was this morning, right before her testimony. And I mean right before her testimony. I believe police found the body using GPS locations from Chen's phone. Voluntary manslaughter admitted. Well, the way he described it, it was self-defense. Of course, I don't know how you could claim all 60 of those attacks were self-defense. Someone's got a chair raised really high. Yeah, we're not supposed to hear this.
Technology seems to quit.
We've been wrestling with it all morning to stay calm.
Yeah, personally,
you're pretty well recorded.
What's happening here?
Interacting with law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know. I have no idea what we're talking about.
You remember police officers entering into Jason Chen's apartment while you're standing there in the hallway?
I honestly, I've spent over 2 years trying to cope and deal and not think about every moment of that night. In all fairness, I don't remember
So you wouldn't remember what the apartment looked like if I were to show you a video of it?
I would remember some of it, I'm sure, but to be able to recall every detail of the apartment, no, I couldn't.
You said that you didn't do anything around the apartment, did you?
No,
Do you know anyone else that did?
I don't know.
Did anyone, and what the state described as your search warrant, do you know that they went into the apartment without you?
I don't know.
Has anyone told you they moved around things in Jason's Chen's apartment to make it look more incriminating?
No.
Officer Brayson and Officer Creighton went into Jason Chen's apartment after you went in, correct? Is that right?
I don't remember the officers' names that were in there, but
What officers went in there?
correct.
Why would the apartment look different after the police went in there than when they were in there? Who changed?
I have no idea.
So he's saying the apartment looked different after the police were there the first time, or before they, from when they came back with the search warrant.
To what extent would you have gone to find your daughter?
Any extent.
Did you believe that she could have been in Jason Chen's apartment that day?
Yes.
Did you believe at the time that there could be things in the apartment that could lead you to your daughter?
Yes.
Are you aware? Do you know whether or not Mr. Chen went to his apartment after you entered his apartment?
I don't know.
You said you would do anything to find your daughter?
Wouldn't you?
Of course.
Okay.
But you would break into an apartment.
To find my daughter? Yes.
You would lie to police.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You would perjure yourself under oath.
I haven't perjured myself.
Go ahead, Marshall. You're good.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Bean?
Here we go. First chance for the jury to ask questions.
Ms. Bean, you may step down.
And no questions asked.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer McKenzie Pierre.
Jury is allowed to submit written questions at the end of testimony.
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you have to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Hello, Officer Pierre.
Hello.
Can you say your full name for the court reporter?
Officer McKenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department.
And what division of the police department do you currently work in?
Neighborhood policing, so just basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am. The area is referred to as Adam North. That's more like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moxon Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety, as well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that was above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them, kind of give them a rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening.
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
Our major crimes division.
If it's a missing person, who would you call?
Our missing persons division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases?
Not as equipped as the specific, specialized units. No, ma'am.
Okay. One second, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about that call?
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with the complainant, Miss Katrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Katrina. Are you talking about the victim's mother in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall who else was there?
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there with them.
Had you known anything about this missing person except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall the individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Jason Chen. And they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Katrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Was that phone call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Katrina asked him, where he lived and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Katrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she'd seen that they had contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Not the specific date, no.
Okay. Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night, with it being the call load, after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her entered in as missing and contacting investigators, I got caught up with various other calls to servers coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No, ma'am.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing persons investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAD dispatch card for me, and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, if it's late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week.
Means you work weekends.
If it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And she works in the missing persons division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay. And did you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Bass's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or person that Mr. Chen that she had been speaking to, and conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else from the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the family members and victims.
So, to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family?
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, will you hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up bright red on the screen, missing person, and then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number. But as of right now, in my position where I was at, like that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that
No,
point?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that he would be working on that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
He advised that there were cameras. He was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Bates' family?
No, ma'am, it's not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report, I was contacted by another missing persons investigator, Tumlin, who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day was that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge. No questions, Your Honor.
Defense has no questions.
For Officer Pierre.
Looks like we might get questions from the jury. That means it's going to take just a minute. The judge has to review the questions. He'll talk the questions over with the lawyers and then decide which questions, if any, he is going to read and how to read them. It's our first indication that we can see a little bit into the minds of the jurors here as well. So my takeaway from this, as I'm sort of distracted on this, is that this was the officer who took the missing person report and pretty much didn't do anything else. Do I understand that right? I got the way he said the adult daughter. He's like, yeah, whatever. She's an adult. You know, I'm not looking into this. It's not like it's a missing child. Jury does have questions for at least one question for the witness.
I'll go and answer the first question. It says, can you ask a question after a witness leaves the stand? Fortunately, if the witness happens to be recalled for some reason, you possibly could.
Ooh, they want to ask the mom a question.
Pierre, the jury has a question for you. I'm going to ask it, but if you can face the jury when you answer this, okay?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found?
Yes, the 900 Mountain Creek Road was a location where the victim's vehicle was located.
You need to redirect based on my question.
Your Honor, just one to help clarify for the jury based on that question. Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4 is duplicative, so there's 2 there that'll look very similar. But if you could look at those real quick. Do you recognize those photos?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What are those photos from?
That is from the parking lot at the apartment complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Can you recross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Pierre. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Megan Bean.
Megan Bean? Is that what I heard? There was a point today where we thought we weren't going to get to any witnesses, but now we're on the third one. We should probably count the number of approaches they have here. Okay, Megan Bean. The stepdad is Scott Bean. The mom's Katrina.
I'm Bean. Can you say your full name for the court's record for us?
Megan Ashley Bean.
And Ms. Bean, are you employed? Where do you work?
I work at Walmart.
Okay, which
Walmart.
Walmart is that?
Single Mountain.
Is it called Single Mountain Road?
Yes.
Okay. How close in proximity to
front of
Mountain
the
Creek Road
Walmart.
is your Walmart?
I would say maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call the North Shore?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Sup Creek Road? Okay. And in November of 2022, were you also employed at the Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is your role? Explain to the jury what your role at Walmart is.
I work in asset protection, so I review video and basically investigate.
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or
I believe this is no
evidence of
relation.
receipts?
No relation.
And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember the name exactly.
Female, male?
It was a male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Single Mountain Road have?
We have basically video. It accesses all of the registers. It accesses the sales floor, back rooms, anything that you really need to look at in the store.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in my position.
Okay. And you know how to use that video equipment? Do you often pull security footage for law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of your roles?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any way to pull receipts from past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card or if we have a date or a specific time, and we know the register, we can also pull it that way.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator who came to see you, were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both?
Both.
And did they specify a time frame for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it?
I went through it with them.
And did they signify that they were going to need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in fact, pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I gave it to the detective.
That was there with you? Okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time did the footage show a purchase?
Yes.
Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able in the Walmart system to pull, again, for lack of a better term, that receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that for investigators?
I did.
Did you give it to them?
I did.
I'm gonna show the witness. Jump drive, you'll look at that. Have you seen this before?
I have.
Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Jason Chen and him selecting certain items, going throughout the store, proceeding to the self-checkout, and paying for stuff.
Do you recall what day the video was from?
I believe it was November 23rd.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple video angles on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is it self-checkout?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd, 2022.
Your Honor, I ask that both the jump drive for the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
Give Jason. Exhibit 18 will be the jump drive. Exhibit 19 will be the receipt.
No, it's not. Yeah. Ms. Bean, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I've lost my pointer. You know where it's at? Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt that you gave to the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, would that have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of...
I like asparagus.
Well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a card. It would be a debit card.
Would 4189 be the last four digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date?
Yes, ma'am.
0526?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Guilty.
Was something else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars, or something like that. I don't remember the other one.
So he's a thief and a murderer? Is that what the allegations are?
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Since when does Walmart not press charges for that? I thought they always do.
Jury, have any questions for Ms. Bean? Ms. Bean, thank you very much. Ms. Bean.
Buys two asparagus. Man, lots of approaches here. I think this is number 7 since the opening statements. Ton of approaches. Megan Bean, apparently no relation, worked at Walmart as in asset protection. She provided the investigators with video and the receipt of Jason Chen buying items from Walmart. Receipt showed asparagus, but it was not. Interesting. Let's see where we go with the next witness and how long it's going to take. We heard that the first few witnesses are going to be foundational for testimony later on.
Let's go. It is 10 minutes after 4.
It's time to take an afternoon break. Or have the jury step into the jury room. We'll have you back in 15 minutes. And everyone in the gallery will be back. And that clock says 4:25.
Sometimes it's a state and a city or a county tax. Sometimes it's just delineated from how it's added up. What did he actually buy? There was some cleaning supplies. There was something peroxide. There was a bath towel. There was something organic, and then a couple of lines of asparagus, which were not asparagus. Apparently, one was like cereal bars or something. Yeah, we always see Walmart for some reason. Walmart appears in front of the Walmart in every trial in one way or another. So he scanned something where he entered it. A lot of times when you're buying groceries, this was a self-checkout, right? A lot of times when you're buying groceries, if you're buying fruits and veggies, you can type in the number. There's like a 4-digit code for the item, or you can go through the pictures and say, this is what I'm buying. It's asparagus, and it's usually sold by weight. Sometimes it's sold by each. So like it might be a bunch of radishes, I don't know what they are, $1 for a bunch of radishes. I have no idea how much radishes cost. But then when if you buy apples, they might be sold by the pound, or so you just enter the code. He apparently entered asparagus, and they weren't. They are on Eastern time. Yes, they're the same time that I'm in. So I think part of Tennessee is on Central, but this court's on Eastern. Or are we behind? Nope. We're on time. How late will court go daily? I don't know. I'm really hoping I find out. I wouldn't have been surprised if the judge says we're going to call it for the day, but I think we got a late start, so he doesn't want to do that. It's almost 4:15. Late afternoon break. Tell you, there's nothing wrong with owning a Polaroid camera, but for some reason seeing like 4 or 5 burner phones and a Polaroid camera and then that wall of photos. Somebody explain to me who's on that wall of photos and how you get on that wall. Is he just like a avid photographer, and everyone who will stop and look at his camera, he snaps a picture? Or is this like a little black book? I don't know, but I'm curious. I'm not sure if I want to know, but I'm curious. Yes, something similar to that. But he might have had a box. I don't know. We'll have to see the video. I haven't seen the video. There are a couple ways to do it. But yeah, swapping the barcode around. If there's a sticker from asparagus that he put on the cereal, I don't know. Other pics pulled out of a magazine. Oh, Sinbad. Oh, by the way, I've got your letter, Sinbad. It's going out. It's going out. I've got your sticker in there. Asparagus takes 3 years to establish. That's why everyone just finds it and picks it, because 3 years is a long time to wait to plant a garden. Sequestered Rex? I don't know. That would be good to know. We have stickers. We do have stickers. Thank you. Stickers and magnets now at that same link. If I'm waiting 3 years for a vegetable, it ain't going to be asparagus. DMB, you just haven't tried it with the right, you would need to cook them when they're little. They got to be young. They can't be tough. If it's all stringy, it's got to be like snap, crisp. Good stuff. Do they pay for the meals? No, they don't. When they're sequestered, the state pays for their meals. Bunch of asparagus is $5 to $7 here. That's because it's so good. Tennessee has the agricultural sticker on the seal. Somebody's calling in. Hang on one second.
Call from Amanda H.
Hey, Amanda. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing. Hey, have an answer for you when you said you thought Walmart prosecuted on stuff on theft.
Yeah.
Not always. Because, we've talked about I work for a particular company and I actually do merchandising vending in Walmart.
Okay.
A lot of times if it's small stuff, they will keep it on file and then they'll get a big lump sum and then the next person they catch them, they use all of them against that same person.
Oh, it's like a progressive jackpot only backwards.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, that's what especially if it's small stuff. Now if it's bigger stuff, that's different. But like asparagus or cleaning product or something, they'll let that accumulate over time and then get them for a big charge on it.
Wow. Can you imagine? They wait till it's a felony. You've been ripping Walmart off for asparagus every week, and they wait till it's a felony to charge you.
Yeah. Well, when I was with the same company that I'm with now in a different position, when I was a district manager, I had one of my reps that was in a store, and he actually opened a Dr. Pepper. Of course, we're in Texas, so that's what we drink. Anyways, they had him for other stuff, but he opened the Dr. Pepper and drank it, and that's what got him, and he got fired and prosecuted by Walmart.
Okay, so I'm asking for a friend.
Pepper.
Are you allowed to open it and drink it and then buy it and then leave?
Technically, we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to at all. Period.
If you work
we're not
there,
allowed
sure.
to shop.
Yeah, that looks bad.
Right. Now, if you buy it, save your receipt. I mean, even my little step stool I carry to get to Top Stock, I have the receipt taped on the inside of it just to show, hey, it's mine. But, I mean, I guess it could go either way as long as you pay for it. But if you open it and you're walking around, they may question you.
I mean, I would. What if I'd pay for the bottle, but say I open the drink, I drink it, and then I scan it when it's half full or whatever.
Right. I mean, they probably are not going to go after you on that if they see you. But trust me, this is Walmart. They'll see that you got it and you open it, and they'll watch you going department to department watching for you.
I'm just saying, 9 out of 10 moms have got a snack for their kids at the store and let them start eating it before they buy it.
Absolutely.
How is that
happens
different?
All the time.
How is that different? I need snacks too.
I know, right? But that's just. They watch them, and if they don't scan them, sometimes they'll stop them.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just wanted to give you a heads up on that. That's probably why they didn't stop me.
That's awesome.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Amanda. Appreciate that. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Amanda coming through with the info. That is great. I didn't say I did this, Virginia. I didn't say I do this. I just, I'm curious. I've seen it done. Virginia, I'm paranoid. I had a job, right before I started YouTube. My last employment required me to have a top secret SCI clearance, which is it's at the top of the clearances as far as that's concerned. You can't get much higher unless you're a member of Congress on the Security Council or something. I could not have anything. If a cop stopped and talked to me in any professional capacity, I had to report it. I could not have a conviction or an allegation of anything, or else I could lose my job. I could lose my clearance. So I've kept that. I would never do that. But I'm just curious because I see people do it all the time. I'll try asparagus once you pronounce the lure correct, and you start like grits. What? You start to like grits? Well, if you start to make them tasting good, then we'll talk. Josh, we might not be able to find a middle ground on that one. I'm eating popcorn chicken in Walmart right now as I shop around. Thomas. Oh my goodness. See, there's the problem. Is it pay for by the pound? See, if I was, I can't go to the produce section and be like, oh, I want some grapes, but are they good? And there's popcorn. No, I can't do that. I'm just like, I've got to risk it. I've got to take the chance. I will pick up a watermelon. I will knock on 100 watermelons before I get the right one. And I will gently squeeze avocados, not enough to bruise them, but just to know when they're ripe, because there's a certain point you want to buy them at. And once it's past that, you might as well just buy guac. But I won't graze. Walking to the store munching on maple bourbon pickles. No, I can't stick my hand in the pickle jar. It's not since I was a kid have I done that. I need a fork. You need to keep it all clean in there. Let's see. Now, okay, so the exception is there are some stores, like the grocery store I used to shop at a lot growing up, had a deli and a bakery where you could actually make purchases. They could ring you up right there. So you could like shop for a couple items. You know, you got your bread, your milk, and then you went over and you grabbed like a bunch of donuts. You could buy everything right there and just eat it and walk out. So I would do that. Hello?
Good afternoon. May I speak with Dwayne?
Hey, this is Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne. My name is Tony, and I work in the fulfillment department here at World Class Travel.
Are you very fulfilled doing that? Is that a good one? Is that a good job?
Well, yeah, it's good.
That's awesome. How are you doing,
Yeah.
Tony? Thanks for calling.
I'm doing just fine. And you?
I'm pretty good.
Okay. How would you like to travel?
In large groups, preferably. I'm always nervous about being alone somewhere or just with a couple people.
Oh, okay. Well, you can do that also. I just started working here. I'm fairly new here, and I don't want to mislead you. So my job is to cover the basics of the travel package.
Oh.
So do you want to hear more about it?
Sure. Tell me what you got.
Okay, we have to start you off a 5-day, 4-night stay in Las Vegas.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I have a warrant in Vegas. I need to clear things up there before I can go on vacation. Is there something else you had?
Yes, 5-day, 4-night stay in Orlando, Florida. In Orlando, you would be in walking distance from all the major theme parks.
Mm-hmm.
Next, you will get a 8-day, 7-night flex cruise with Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, or the Carnival Cruise Line. We are even including 2 round-trip airline tickets. And also, right now, and also, if you don't want to go to Vegas, you can speak to someone that's been here a little bit longer than I am, and you could probably get something, anywhere else.
Tony, let me ask you a question. First of all, I probably am not going to go with this, but since you've been so kind and you're so polite, you sound wonderful. Let me ask you this: do you get suspicious at all? Sorry, that's court starting.
Do I get suspicious
that you've got
what?
The same script for everybody, that they have travel credits and all that? That just seemed like.
What do you think about it?
I feel like it's a scam.
No, it's not.
Do you know anyone who's taken the trip and can I see their Instagram and their pictures and everything? And
I don't get to that part.
Because I've never won anything where I had to pay for it that it wasn't a scam before.
Okay. Well, never know.
Well, Tony, it sounds like you're going to do great at this position. I hope it's as fulfilling as the name implies. But have yourself a great day, all right?
You do the same.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
I think the first row, perhaps. We're going to put the Pace family on this side of the room and the Chen family on this side of the room. I haven't heard of anything major, but there's been some concerns about Pace developments. And so the Pace family can say exactly where they are on this side of the room. The folks sitting behind on the third row, I gotta have you please move back one row.
Judge is doing assigned seating for the gallery to keep the family separate in court.
If I could have Jake's family take this half of the courtroom, please.
So.
Are you talking about double up, Judge, or one row? No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. 20 months. Doesn't sound like there's been any altercations, but they're just being extra cautious to keep the family divided, because there is support for both sides, both for the defendant and for the victim in the courtroom. That's the nicest I've ever treated I think a scam caller, but I have to say it was because she was so polite, and it just sounded like she was a real person instead of just reading a script trying to rip me off and pass me on to the next closer who's going to close the deal. I can't be mean if they're nice to me. That's a rule. You can't do that. LEB, fun fact, 2 weeks ago I was in Whole Foods and starving, picked up a single protein bar and ate it, handed them the wrapper. It wouldn't scan. He said, Merry Christmas. Oh, man. And you still feel guilty to this day.
Jury's ready. Buck's not ready. Yes.
Mindful Crafts by Donna. Welcome to the gallery. 5 months. Thank you very much. That's the first time I've heard from Tony. It sounded like it was her first day. We will bring the jury. I wonder, Maiku, I wonder if that's right. We might have a very hostile exchange coming up. Okay, is everybody seated and situated?
Back in the courtroom, please be seated.
You're on the table called Pleasant Campbell to the stand.
What was the name? Something Hamill? Kelsey Campbell.
Where are you employed?
The Walgreens on North Shore and Market Street.
Okay, and how long have you been at the
At that store about 4 years.
What's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Zipper ASMR.
Catrell.
Bingo now.
And can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay. And do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November of 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing that footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it was like the 22nd
Okay.
to the 28th or something like that.
And to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many videos or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many videos? I don't know.
There was 2 separate periods of time, I believe, was recorded about an hour before and after for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, was it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some materials to see, but that day they took 2 separate
sets of video, yes.
Sets of video with them.
Yes.
And you have access to be able to actually extract that video from the server and give it to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you do that in the normal course of your job?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you sell any asparagus to Mr. Chen?
Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them and look at them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to make these 2 jump drives the state's next 2 exhibits.
Exhibits 20 and 21.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon be 20. It says afternoon. Sorry, this is the first one, 20, yes. And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or the last 4 of a card number, we can search and find times when those purchases were made, and then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those 2 videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the videos? Do you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at one transaction, and then I looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second, I believe the second set of videos that we found.
Okay. And you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the 2 videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, because you'll see the time that it happened and the register number, so you can relate the 2 together.
Okay, Your Honor, approach. Have you looked at those receipts? You recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Receipts from my store on the 23rd of November.
Are those the receipts that you gave to law enforcement related to the video footage? Your Honor, I'd ask that these be marked as states next to exhibits.
Next two exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
22 and 23.
All right, Ms. Campbell, I'll direct your attention to the screen behind you. We were unsure on the date earlier, but can you tell me what that date says?
Yes, November 23rd of 2022.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, I'm referring to State's Exhibit 23. Is this a receipt from the Walgreens at North Market Street?
Yes.
Okay. And payment details, what is it?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Right here?
That is the
Band-Aids.
card with the last four digits of the card that was used when they purchased the items.
Okay.
Is that a different card?
And would 1:41 p.m. be the correct time of the purchase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 22. Again, same things as the receipt that you had pulled for law enforcement?
Yes.
And is the date the same, 11/23/22?
Yes.
Would the time of 7:03 p.m. be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, payment details, can you read the last four digits of that card?
4189.
Ms. Campbell, are you familiar with the North Shore area?
Fairly, yes.
Do you know how far away from Tremont Street or the Tremont Apartments the Walgreens that you're the manager at is?
It's within a couple blocks.
That'd be great, yeah.
Bounty rolls.
Do I need to disconnect my computer?
$20 on paper towels.
Any questions for Mrs. Campbell?
Questions for the defendant? The quicker picker-upper, not a sponsor in this case. It's not the sort of case they want to be mentioned in. So we've now had two Wall employees, one Walmart, one Walgreens employee.
All right, the first question is, can the jury watch the videos? And the second is, how did you find out the car belonged to Jason to purchase the items? This information will be provided by another witness.
The jury's like, show us the videos. Show us the videos. That tells me that Scott Miller's next. The jury's never been on a jury before. They don't understand the process. It's cool. They'll understand by the end of this. Please play the.
Yes, sir.
It's already a soundbite. You guys can play it. You just have to guess what the code is.
Hey, Kelsey, can we be released from?
Will be released from I swear from the testimony that they gave the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
There it is. There it is.
Mr. Miller, can you say
It's
your
just
full name
BF.
for the record?
It'd be Thomas Scott Miller,
Okay, and Mr. Miller, where are you employed?
at 900 Mac Creek Road, which is Signal View Condominiums.
Okay, do you have other jobs?
I do as well. I work at Baylor School, provide their securities in the afternoons.
Do you have a background in law enforcement?
Somewhat.
Okay. And so you said, let's go back to Mount Creek Road. What apartment building is at 900 Mount Creek Road?
Signal View Condominiums,
Okay, condominiums. And do you know approximately how many condominiums are there?
484.
Okay, so large.
A lot of condos.
How long have you worked as security at
29
those?
or 30 years.
29?
Yes.
Do you,
She's like,
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone who has a job that long.
do you also live there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So as a security officer, if you're called, you have to come actually from your home to.
No, we work there during certain hours.
Okay, what hours do you work there?
At the point in time where this event occurred,
I'll fix it.
we work from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning.
Okay. So in November of 2022, you were obviously working in this position.
I was.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You were working at night
That is
during
correct.
the night hours.
Yes.
And do you recall being contacted by the Chattanooga Police Department, specifically Officer McKenzie Pierre,
Yes,
about
that-
the family that was in the
That is correct. He
parking lot?
requested me to come down and speak to him.
And do you recall what the circumstances were?
The found vehicle was the initial, and then obviously the missing person.
Okay. Did you communicate with the family there on the
I did.
on the grounds? And at some point, were you asked about video footage?
I was.
Does Signal View apartment, the condo complex have video footage?
They do.
Did they at the time in November 2022?
They did.
And when you were asked about if you could look at that, what was your initial response?
I could. The camera footage we used, I couldn't look at from the property because it's the complex had it installed from the EPB, so the video footage is stored offsite at their server. So I had to go home to access it from my personal computer.
So you can access a camera that was installed by EPD from your actual home?
Yes.
And do you often access that camera when the need arises?
Yes, if I'm questioned about a certain time frame.
And does that happen every so often?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And on this night, did you let the parties or the police know that you were going to have to go home to look for that?
I did.
Were you instructed by anyone as to what specific time frame you were supposed to look for?
I believe so from the evidence that her mother had provided me from the time frame of when the car had arrived there, that which narrowed down the time frame.
Do you recall at some point the family coming back after their first visit? Did they come back to Mount Creek?
They did.
And what was that for?
We discussed, I believe, footage and then some phone data that they were discussing about our phone being to the different location.
Did you review the video footage there with them?
That footage, I did not because I cannot.
Did you retrieve it at that time for the Pace family, Jasmine's family, or did you later give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I remember later giving it to the Chattanooga Police Department.
Okay, and do you recall what day that video footage was from?
Oh, I have no idea. You would have to tell me what day it was from.
Okay, so
I just know it was around Thanksgiving.
okay, and you pulled the footage at the request of the Chattanooga Police Department.
Yes,
And it was from the Signal View condos, which
Yes.
you had access to.
that is correct.
All right. Can you jump drive? You recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Have you seen what's on there?
I have.
What is on there?
This is footage from the camera that is mounted on the front of the office that aims toward the pond area at the complex.
In fact, did you review that, what was on that jump drive with me as well?
I did.
Okay, did you write your name on there to signify you had seen it?
I did.
Okay, and does it accurately reflect what the property looked like in November of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and this is the exact video that you gave to the Chattanooga Police Department?
It is.
I'd ask that this be introduced to the judge.
Exhibit 24.
I'm sorry, my colleague reminded me that our jury is not from Chattanooga, they don't know what EPD is. Do you know what EPD is, sir?
It is the electric power board for our, the city-owned electric power board.
Okay, so
They provide security cameras, footage, internet service, and other things.
okay. And at some point, on the video footage, can a vehicle, a white SUV vehicle, be seen coming into the property?
That is correct.
In the direction that that vehicle is traveling on the video, is it towards the area that Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Yes, it would be about 100 yards or so away from
Okay.
where it was left.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
In case you forget, I don't think she gave me that footage.
Oh, Mr. Miller has it.
Oh, you do. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller, we will likely see that video later, but does the video show an individual getting out of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
Does it show any person driving the vehicle?
It does not. From the angle is too far away.
Okay. And how long did it take you to retrieve that video?
Probably a few hours.
And when did law enforcement come back to you there with a request for it?
Probably the next day.
You originally had spoken with Officer Pierre of the Chattanooga Police Department?
That is correct.
And you've known him for some time?
Yes, that is correct. We work together on little things.
And was he the officer that it was turned over to, or was it another officer?
No, it was I would have termed him as a homicide detective.
Okay. And you mentioned a few moments ago that you sort of had a background in law enforcement. What do you mean by that?
I was a reserve officer for the Redmond Police Department, which is a small municipality in here.
And what years were you?
That makes sense.
I'm going to say from 2010 to 2023.
Okay, and reserve officer, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, it's the same. You just don't have a set schedule, but you have just full powers, just like a regular law enforcement officer. You just have to be accompanied by a full-time officer.
And are you still employed at these condominiums?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Mr. Miller?
Mindful Crafts by Donna. Thank you very much for 5 months. Cass for 20.
Your Honor, give me 1 moment.
Confused Polar Bear, welcome to the gallery. Okay, we're now approaching
Your Honor, this
4:50.
witness will be, in fact, I'm absolutely confident he'll go into tomorrow, so it's just up to the schedule at this point is up to the court, because we'll be able to begin, but certainly won't get through all of this direct
Let's start.
examination.
We wasted half a
Start a
day.
little late today, so I like to get as much done as we can today.
Sure.
Judge is trying to make up for lost time from this morning. Similicious OG says, I'm so late. But you're here. That's all that matters. Okay, there was our 5th witness. Now on to witness number 6, who will be a little bit lengthier, probably law enforcement. Let's see who she calls.
Your Honor, the state would call investigator Zachary Crawford to the stand.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Thank you, sir. He's been sitting at the table. Sorry, the noise is terrible in this courtroom. He says, get me some water or something harder. Is that what he said? Lead detective. Yeah, he sits with the prosecutor.
Mr. Crawford, can you state your full name for the court's record?
It's Zach Crawford.
Crawford.
Let's talk about yourself for a few minutes. Where are you currently employed?
Currently employed at the Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you been at the police department?
I started with Chattanooga Police Department in the year 2013.
And when you started in 2013, what position were you in?
At first, I was hired on as a police cadet, where I went through approximately 6 months of training before moving on to a field training program. And then after graduating the field training program, I was employed as a patrol officer at the city of Chattanooga.
And how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Just a little over 3 years.
And after...
Is he saying Chattanooga in one syllable?
What did you do next?
Chattanooga?
I applied for a position within the Major Crimes Unit, specifically for a homicide position. Through the interview process, I was selected and began training with the homicide unit.
All right, so you've been with the homicide division for how long?
Since 2017.
So, gosh, it's already 2025, so roughly...
About 7.5 years.
You're going on your 8th year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the way that the Chattanooga Police Department works.
Thank you,
Do you know
DSM.
roughly how many people work for the
Appreciate the
Chattanooga Police
sticker.
Department?
The number fluctuates. I think somewhere around 427 employees.
Would that be sworn law enforcement
That's correct.
officers? You're not talking about like support staff, you mean sworn officers?
Yes.
Okay, and is the department divided into certain departments or divisions?
Yes.
Will you explain to them how that works?
Yes, so we have multi-tiers within the Chattanooga Police Department. The first line, obviously, is our patrol units, which make up the neighborhood policing. They have 3 different sectors across the city. They're broken into smaller areas to include districts. I think in early testimony you talked about districts. Specifically, in this incident, was mainly in the area of Alpha North. Inside of Alpha North, there are 5 districts. So there's lots of districts throughout the city. So you have neighborhood policing. The other branch of it, you have community policing, you have community events, engagements. You also have special events. You have 2 different branches of the investigating unit. You have organized crime and you have violent crime. I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Bureau, and that makes up crimes unit, the homicide unit, fugitive, and organized crime has anywhere from our gun team to traffic and some other things along those lines. Besides that, we have internal affairs, and we have multiple other avenues such as recruiting. There's different branches within the police department.
What about property? Where does property fall?
The property division?
Yes, sir.
The property division is located at the Chattanooga Police Department at one of our annex buildings. And all of our property technicians are sworn civilians. They do have a sworn supervisor, a sergeant, so a police officer that oversees the property division at the Chattanooga Police Department.
What you heard Officer Pierre testify, but what typically would patrol, at what point as a patrol officer are you instructed to call someone else?
We have different SOPs or
What's an SOP?
Standard operating procedures for different things. One of those is investigations. So depending on what you respond to, what criteria it meets, you would notify the responsible investigator that would potentially respond to that. So any crime that or incident that potentially would require lengthy follow-up, obviously the patrol officer is kind of kept to a specific shift, where that shift is then rotated throughout the week. Obviously they don't have the ability to follow up extensively based on their call load in terms of how many calls are coming out their districts and their areas to follow up on those things. So that's why they would call an investigator out. And that investigator will then conduct a follow-up, whether it's during normal business hours, during after hours. As an investigator, there's many times that we're on call. I know as a homicide unit, we're essentially on call 24/7.
There's a wireless mic somewhere that's
So
battery's
homicide
going low or
happens,
something.
homicide investigators to be called, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a missing persons division?
There is a missing persons unit.
What does that fall under?
That falls under the investigations too. It falls under missing persons, special victims unit, which works primarily children and domestic violence cases. Those team units work together out of the Family Justice Center.
And then what about crime scene?
Crime scene works under the Violent Crimes Bureau, which is directly involved with the same unit as me. It's the homicide unit. And crime scene, their responsibilities are based on the needs of investigations. So crime scene will never actively go do something without the request of an investigative unit to respond. So certain incidents, whether it be a shooting, they would respond to collect, document evidence on scene and process that evidence, typically by direction of a lead investigator.
Do you know how many missing persons investigators there are at the police department?
There's approximately 4.
Do you know how many, 4 missing persons? Do you know how many homicide
Thank you,
investigators
sir. My new
there
best friend.
Currently, we have 10 homicide investigators.
Would that number have been similar in 2020? 2022, or do you recall how many?
Due to the nature of the job in the homicide unit, we have a high turnover rate throughout the years. It has changed, but for a while there, we would have some investigators that wouldn't last more than 2 to 3 years based on the type of incidents that we worked. At the time, I believe it was approximately around 9 or 10.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many investigators are in the crime scene unit?
Approximately 10. The crime scene is a little bit different makeup. Approximately 7.5 years ago, we brought civilian crime scene investigators to the Chattanooga Police Department. And we have slowly transitioned into filling those spots with civilian crime scene technicians. We do have, at this point, I believe, 5 sworn law enforcement crime scene investigators, and the rest are made up by civilian employees.
How many major homicides would you say you've worked? I won't say major, all homicides are major, I apologize. How many homicides would you say you've worked?
As a lead investigator, approximately 26, 27. In terms of how we work investigations, we work as a team within our homicide unit. We try to conduct the best investigation we can. So we assist with pretty much any homicide that happens. So as collectively, with me being there 7.5 years, I've been the lead or assisted with approximately 200 homicide investigations.
How do you become the lead?
Carol, yes, that's the right one. And that's me.
We have
filming
a homicide rotation. We have an on-call schedule that will fill in the gaps of outside of business hours. So I hate to say that we have business hours because we do it based on the nature of the job, but for scheduling purposes, we have an 8 to 4 schedule. From 4 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, we have on-call investigators that take the evening shift calls as they come in. And we also have investigators that fill the day shift because we're not sitting around the office doing nothing. So you know which days if something were to come out, you'd be the investigator to respond to. So we have a normal on-call schedule in terms of daily calls that come out because we don't just work homicides. We work life-threatening assaults where the possibility of death could occur. We work DOAs, which are death upon arrival, or death investigations, essentially that are unknown cause or suspicious in nature. So natural cases we typically don't come out to, such as a heart attack, someone who's 80-something years old, that has maybe extensive medical history. A lot of times we refer to call about those, but we don't respond to those. But any type of shooting, we also respond to as well. That meets our nexus. But any homicide we come out to. We also come out to we work kidnappings, and we also assist with other investigations that potentially have a nexus to the homicide unit. There may be suspicious circumstances around it, whether it be a kidnapping, a missing persons, or potentially a robbery.
Were you and are you the lead investigator in the case of Jasmine case?
Yes, I was assigned as the investigator on the case.
From the time that you got involved, let's just say in days after Jasmine's body was located, how many different people in the Chattanooga Police Department would have been involved in an investigation of that scale?
In this investigation, in the disappearance and homicide of Jasmine Pace, our entire homicide unit, practically our entire crime scene unit, fugitive investigators were involved. We also had an academy class that was active at the time that was going through to become police officers. They assisted with area searches. Requested for our drum team that worked out of the traffic unit at the time to assist in the investigation for scoping further areas. We attempted to employ canines. We reached out to other jurisdictions.
These
federal
drones.
partners, such as the federal marshals, the FBI, also involved. Anything we could do potentially to get answers for the family, we reached out and did.
Can you describe for the jury your initial involvement, including when you first heard the name Jasmine Pace?
Thanks, Tony.
Yes. On Sunday, November 27th, 2022, I was actually at home. I wasn't necessarily on call. Like I said, that's a very loose term with our unit. I was at home with my kids. My wife was at work. Detective Seach texted me and asked if I had seen any of the Facebook posts that had been on the internet about the disappearance of Jasmine Pace. I said I had not. He referred me to Facebook, and I actively searched Facebook to look into what he was referring to at that time. I started then reading the Facebook posts by some of the family and friends of Jasmine Pace about what they had potentially discovered at that time and what they had actually posted on the internet. I had a discussion with Detective Seach that we'd be potentially looking into that case based on some suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. I was actually actively looking for child care at that time to potentially come in and see if I could assist with the investigation. And at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, I was actually called by my supervisor. So approximately about 30 minutes after Detective Seach starts the conversation about it, I was called by my supervisor about the same case, which then I turned found child care and came in to assist.
So at the time that you first learned about it, you had not heard from any missing person investigator at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, I had not.
Are you now aware that they knew about it, they just did not contact anybody from the CPD Homicide Division?
Correct. I didn't find out directly that missing persons was involved until I spoke with my supervisor, Sergeant Emery, who's Lieutenant Emery.
And when you began your involvement, did you initially meet with Jasmine's family?
My first involvement actually called Detective Seach and requested him come in. I was advised at the time of initial response, I was going to respond to the Police Service Center to speak with Investigator Tumlin about his findings in the investigation to see how we could assist and potentially lend our expertise in the matter, how we could potentially help them locate Jasmine Pace, and also potentially go over the details to see if there was anything that was suspicious at the time that potentially could link to something else. So I notified Detective Seach. Lieutenant Emery advised he would be responding as well. I knew that I was going to talk to Investigator Tumlin. Once I responded that evening, just after 7 p.m. To our police station, I was then greeted by Investigator Tumlin, which I had a short conversation about what he had found at that time, because there wasn't much that had been done at that point. And he notified me that the victim's family would be at the police station at around 7:30 p.m., which then I decided to further wait on details till we spoke further with the victim's family.
Did you speak with the victim's family?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you become aware of Jason Chen?
Yes, I did.
And what was your basis of knowledge as to who Jason Chen was and how he was related to the investigation at that point?
At that point, at the beginning stages of speaking with Investigator Tumlin, reading the Facebook post, and also speaking with the victim's family, I realized that Jason Chen was a potential significant other, whether it was dating or some sort of other type of relationship where they would meet up. I didn't know the exact circumstances other than that they had been talking and seeing each other for a few months. At that point, I did learn that he had not reached out to Investigator Tumlin and the potential, missing person of his significant other.
But Investigator Tumlin was not able to give you very much information, is that correct?
No, he was not.
Did Investigator Blunt ever give you any information?
I never talked to Investigator Blunt due to her not responding and not assisting with the investigation.
Based on information that you received from Jasmine's family, did the Homicide Division seek a search warrant for Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And was that search warrant issued?
It was.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, I was.
All right, I'm going to start. Can you flip the backlights off for me, deputies? By having you turn onto this screen, and we're going to switch screens in a second.
All right, we might get some body cam
Let me
footage
ask you this. At 110 Tremont, the jury's now heard this address many times. Are you familiar with North Chattanooga?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived in Chattanooga?
Almost my entire life, other than a few years I spent in the military, and a year and a half I lived in Illinois with my wife.
Okay. So were you familiar also with Tremont Road, Tremont Street as well before this investigation began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You recognize this building?
Yes.
And this is the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want you to describe here sort of the layout of the building and the surroundings of the building based on your investigation into Mr. Chen's apartment. If you don't mind, just sort of walk the jury through what we're looking at, what's on the left side, what's on the right side.
Just for, I'll just describe, so this is going to be the actual front of the Tremont Loft Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. The door you see here at the bottom is going to be the main entrance. There's actually a keypad right here, which is the main access into the building. There are 3 separate other exits, the way that they're designed. This would actually be from looking on the left side over here where the cars are direction towards would be north. So the road runs north and south. So this would actually be the west side of the building. On the right side over here on the picture is going to be the south side of the building. There's a parking lot. There's a parking lot area, as you can see, that buds up to the side of the apartment complex. And there's it's hard to tell from the picture, but there's a ramp here to an exit as well. On the north side of the apartment complex, it's very similar setup, with just a little bit smaller parking space. Essentially, you have a few parking spots just around this corner. There's another exit as well. On the back side of the apartments, there's also one more additional exit. But that parking is for an additional location and not those apartments itself. Specifically, this apartment complex we refer to as the North Shore area. If you're not familiar with Chattanooga, it's historically been called the North Shore area. Essentially, we have the Tennessee River that runs through downtown. And the main part of downtown Chattanooga is on the south side of the river. And this smaller community on the north side of it is essentially the North Shore area. This is actually fairly closely located to Coolidge Park, which is right across the road from it.
And Investigator Crawford, over here, I'm showing this little red line. What is this?
That's going to be a dumpster enclosure. At the time that we first served the search warrant, there was 2 blue, large-sized dumpsters that were located inside there.
Did the police department investigate those dumpsters?
We did.
Okay. And looking back at this building, can you help the jury understand where in the building Mr. Chen's apartment was?
Correct. By looking at this, it would actually be on the right side. He was a few apartments deep into the apartment complex, about a third of the way up on the right side. He actually has he has an opening. I would hate to say it's a balcony because all it is a metal bars and the sliding glass door open. So it's not anywhere you can walk out to, but essentially you can open it to have window access or air to come in. Just past the walkway exit, the ramp there that I showed before, his apartment, if you're looking at it on the second floor, just to the right.
Okay. Is this location that you're looking at, is it in Hamilton County, Tennessee?
It is.
In the city of Chattanooga, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were present. Well, let me ask you one more question about this front door. I think that we can see, but you agree that those are stairs going down to that front door right there?
That's correct.
Okay. You testified that you were present when the search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time, what day, first of all, what day that search warrant was executed?
Yes, we obtained the search warrant. Detective Seach actually obtain the search warrant while I was still speaking with the victim's family at that time. He notified me that he had a signed search warrant for the apartment 210 with Jason Chen's. He subsequently notified me. I subsequently notified crime scene, and we agreed them to respond after we executed the search warrant. Like I testified earlier, approximately half of our crime scene investigators are not sworn employees, so they do not have the ability to carry protection such as firearms. So typical protocol would be that either investigators or patrol officers that have extra layers of protection, potentially on a search warrant, could be high level risk at any time, not knowing if it's occupied at that time or unoccupied. We had officers respond to the area for two reasons: to help with the execution of the search warrant, to assist with safety, and the second part is Officer Clemens is the courtesy officer at these apartments. He doesn't reside in these apartments. He lives at a separate apartment complex that he oversees several apartments, and a courtesy officer is essentially their responsibility to follow up on disturbances after hours, potentially help lock things up, do those types of things. He had a master key, which will allow us not to force entry into the apartment. So upon Officer Clemens' arrival, we were able to further execute that search warrant with a master key that allowed us in apartment 210. At approximately 23:45 hours, which is 11:45 p.m. on the 27th of November 2022, the search warrant was executed upon entering the apartment.
And I'm assuming that you have been involved in the execution of dozens, if not hundreds of search warrants, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In a situation such as this, would you knock first?
In this specific incident, we did, because we don't do no-knock warrants in the homicide unit, and there's also safety scales that we have to abide by in terms of when I execute the warrant. If it reaches a certain level, then we have our SWAT unit serve those search warrants. We do knock, one, to make sure that they know that it's law enforcement coming into their residence, to try to alleviate any type of safety concerns for the owners of the residence and law enforcement themselves as well. So they did knock and announce.
No one was there?
No one was there.
Okay. So then you were able to gain access by the courtesy officer, so you didn't have to make forcible entry?
Correct.
Okay. When you make entry into a residence such as this with a valid search warrant, what are the order of events, if you could describe them to the jury?
Typical process is first is to make the apartment safe for the search warrant. So upon entry is to make sure that no other parties are inside the residence, which gives us the ability to, one, main reason is we're there is we're looking for Jasmine Pace. We're also potentially trying to locate Jason Chen to potentially interview him, see if he has any knowledge of where Jasmine Pace is at. The other part, not only is looking for them, is to make sure no one else is inside that apartment. Potentially remove them so we can do our job in terms of investigating that apartment, potentially trying to locate or collect evidence, and attempt to make observations. So the first thing is to remove any parties outside of the apartment to then start processing or start documenting and processing that location. So at first we would either send, it's a very tough question to ask based on circumstances, circumstantial or different circumstances on who goes inside the apartment to make it, or a residence or whatever it may be to make it safe. If we have a visual inside the entire apartment, then it may just be one or two investigators that show up. But in this specific case, we had patrol officers and homicide investigators that were present. We entered there, made it secure. We requested that all patrol officers to not re-enter that apartment. At that point, we're waiting on our crimes unit to respond to document and collect evidence. After it's deemed safe, the lead investigator and potentially an assisting investigator with the investigation will then conduct a walkthrough of that scene to potentially see items that stand out as potential evidence or things that seem suspicious for two different manners. One is to make sure that we don't attempt to further alter or change the scene, to make sure that, as soon as you walk in, you're not walking into a puddle of blood. Or sometimes in some investigations that we have too, there's potentially a deceased person just on the other side of that door. We don't want any further contaminants or anything altered And also we're able to make observations that we can pass to the crime scene investigators about what we want collected and documented.
The jury is going to see in a moment and later this week lots of pictures of Mr. Chen's apartment, Investigator Crawford. They're going to see some pictures where items, one photo of a certain area where it looks different than it does in another photo. Can you explain to them how the photographing and processing of a crime scene works?
Yes. The first stage is the photographing a crime scene location or potential search warrant, whatever it may be. The first set of photographs for documentation purposes is to take general photos of the apartment, potential items of evidence or things that stick out or whatever's part of the search warrant that we're executing. They will take photographs of those things. They will then follow those photographs up with a secondary set of photographs with evidence markers. Once they've documented it with photographs and video, they will go back through and place evidence markers on different pieces of evidence. And at that point, they will then take a second photograph of that that's specifically focusing in on whatever that piece of evidence or something that sticks out. We're documenting those specific things with evidence markers and potentially getting closer up shots. After that, there will be a collection phase. They will document it with evidence markers, close-ups, multi-different angles potentially of those, with the camera. After those items of evidence are collected or whatever the photograph is taken, those other items are then collected by the crime scene unit where they're documented and placed into bags of evidence at that point. Then we conduct another set of photographs to show the condition of which, once we finish the search, what the residence, apartment, whatever it may be, is left in to document our entire process. There is a possibility that process continues, where you potentially you do a search at first, items of evidence are collected. Like I said, they'll do the first two phases of documentation photographs based on potentially what items of evidence are seen or observed. We always attempt to do a second walk-through search of the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything else. So that process could start again with another set of photos of potentially different set of items that maybe it's an evidence marker there before, but there's an evidence marker there now. So sometimes there's the same angle and it appears that something's been moved. If you were to observe all the photographs chronologically, obviously it would make the most sense. But obviously there's potential, depending on what angle of the photos, you may see a photograph of a notebook in a certain place, and then there's a different angle of the same one, and the notebook's not there because it's potentially been removed as evidence in the case.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was helpful. So if we're talking about a crime scene and you come in after a search warrant's executed and you see this lying on a table, for example, and you can see I've got a piece of paper over a pen. Crime scene may take a photo of this, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then crime scene might remove this and take a photo of this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then crime scene might remove both of these, collect them as evidence, and take a picture of that, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you entered into Jason Chen's apartment, did you have any idea what happened to Jasmine Pace? You didn't know where she was?
No, I didn't know where she was.
And other than the information that you used to obtain the search warrant, you didn't know what had happened?
Correct.
Okay. And the witness. A lot of pictures. I'll try to tell what I need there in a moment.
You know, if you can do a batch of pictures, it's fine, just hand them to Lynn, let her mark them, and you can get into the direct testimony.
Oh, it'd be 57.
It's okay. We'll just wait here while you get everything ready. Take your time.
Yes, Your Honor, if my math is correct.
It'll be 25 through 81.
Investigator
If my
Crawford.
math's correct.
Yeah. We'll go back to mine and see if we're right there. I'll ask you to just take a second and look through these photographs.
Well, he's seen all the pictures. We assume that soon we're going to see the pictures.
7 pictures, correct?
Yes.
It'll be 25 through 81.
87 pictures? That's a lot of pictures. He's taking his time, one each. Static's driving me nuts.
Investigator Crawford, do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
The photographs within inside apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
Is that Jason Chen's apartment?
That's correct.
Do you recognize those photos as photos that were taken at the time the search warrant was executed on November 28, 2022?
That's correct.
Do they accurately represent what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like in November of 2022?
That's correct.
And were you present when most, if not all, of those photos were taken?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these photos become State's Exhibits 25 through 80.
25 through 81.
And I know this is going to take
That's okay.
the court reporter a second. I apologize.
Stay up the
Judge.
stretch. Take your time.
Some courts expedite this process and have everything pre-marked. But now we are going to, now that he's looked at all, 98 pictures, now the court is going to put a sticker on each one of them. So, June, yes, Tennessee does have the death penalty, but this case is life in prison without parole as a maximum. I believe the instruction we heard from the judge is if the jury finds for the charge and the maximum charges as instructed, then he'll get life without parole. Anything less than that, the judge will rule on the sentence.
I'm at the court reporter in Nashville. This is Lynn. She's our court reporter. Division 3. This is Luan. She's the clerk. She's kind of the Felix is the air traffic controller for the jury trial courtroom. Luan is the air traffic controller for all the cases. So you see lawyers talking to her throughout the house. Every now and then we've got students come visit. We've got one here from ETSU visiting with us, criminal justice major. Interested in crime and law.
That's right.
You may see some different crimes now. That's our team. This is Randy Biggs. He's also part of the team that's here around law. Or the clerk's team. Her nickname is Rocket Style. So when she shows up in court, something bad is going to happen or about to happen, it's some type of rocket. How's everybody doing in the jury box, by the way? We've got a couple of extra chairs there we don't usually have. You guys on the end doing okay?
That was Denise on the phone just saying, hey, the
close
sequestered jury,
Careful.
they might have late nights in court, so we might be in for long days. And we might have to work on the weekend. We might have to be here on a Saturday. Detective's job is to turn the page. Here I am on the road again. So yes, oh yay for us. Get some caffeine. No. I've been going without caffeine. The closest thing I had is I had a little bit of root beer and a root beer float. Well, when I say a root beer float, I mean 3 root beer floats over the weekend. So I had some carbonation, but most of that bubbles out anyway. I just had lots of sugar is what I had. I've been good. I have not been drinking Mountain Dew. I know all this. I took music appreciation in high school. I know all the songs. Tell you, let me just. If you have not had a root beer float out of a vacuum sealed canister that's designed to keep drinks cold, like a thermos, you have not had a root beer float. It keeps ice cold. You throw that ice cream in there just straight out of the freezer. Pour that root beer in. The root beer has to be chilled already, and you get those little flavor crystals in the. You stir it up, and it's a shake float. It's the best. It's the best way. How's my toe? It hurts very bad. I've taped it up so that I'll cut off whatever piece of the toenail is going to go off maybe tonight. But I've taped it. I just don't want to look at it. Metallica did it better. They did. I like Metallica's version. I really do. Along with Whiskey in the Jar. I like Metallica's version of that as well. I think they did it better. We might have nights and weekends. Yes. Waiting for the audio to come back on. Judge just turned it off. What kind of thermos? I use Mrs. R.A.'s wide base Starbucks Stanley, a short Stanley. That way you can put 3 big scoops of ice cream in there and as much root beer as you can fit. I put on my muck boots to go down and fix the sump pump geyser we had this morning. I put them on barefoot, and I was trying to take the boots off, and I ripped my toenail off.
I counted incorrectly, Your Honor.
25 pictures, 58 pictures, 25 for 82. Okay. 25 for 82.
All right.
They're going to have to pry it from my cold, dead fingers. I'm not giving it up.
Jury's actually already seen this picture, but this is a duplicate, which is State's Exhibit 26. What is that?
It's a photograph of the front door of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
All right, Investigator Crawford. You begin a search like this with just a naked eye search. Is that fair to say?
Gloves and a flashlight.
And in a case such as this, is blood one of the things with your naked eye that you'd be looking for?
Be one of the things.
Upon the initial entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, did anyone with a naked eye locate any blood?
I did.
Just with no specificity around what areas?
The first observance that I observed was in the living room area of the apartment, specifically behind the futon-style couch that was there on the floor. It was the first area that I observed.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star reagent is a chemical that is used in the detection of blood. Specifically, it's used to detect the presence of blood that's not visible to the naked eye. Essentially, it shows when it reacts. Blue Star reacts to the blood. It shows the presence of blood if it was cleaned up, or cleaned or wiped, or not even.
And can you explain to the jury how Blue Star actually works when an investigator comes in?
In simple terms, they mix the chemical solution and they spray it upon surfaces with a spray bottle. At which point, if there is something such as if there's blood, you will see a chemical reaction that occurs through a process called luminescence. Essentially, you'll see a bright blue or potentially white coloration that comes up similar to neon coloration.
And if it illuminates in that bright blue or white, does that indicate the presence of blood?
Yes, it can.
In this case, was Blue Star employed soon after entry was made into the apartment?
Blue Star wasn't applied at first. We first had to document the scene. Specifically, if there was large areas of blood, there would be no need to spray it with Blue Star. There would be potentially just swabs of where that are samples taken. So first you have to potentially document the scene multiple avenues to potentially look for areas of surfaces that you would be interested in to see if blood had been cleaned up in that area.
But did you do that in this case?
We did.
When you do that, are the lights supposed to be off?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce these photos. They are going to be on the big screen. However, the state has purchased this TV because it's hard to see on the screen. Some of the colors are not correct. Within the court's comfortability and the jury's, I like the lights to be turned off in the courtroom.
That was a long way to ask for mood lighting for the next photos. But we're going to get a walkthrough through the apartments, including the luminol Blue Star pictures.
If that's what the court's comfortable with.
And I believe this investigator says, I've never seen a crime scene with so much blood everywhere.
So again, Investigator Crawford. I will have him on this back screen, the next photos I'm going to show, but I'm also going to have them here. And the court allow the jury to stand up if they can't view this TV well enough.
Absolutely. Any juror can't see the evidence that someone wants to refer to, or any attorney, raise your hand and be sure to stand up, move around if you need to, within 3 months.
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who
The cameraman's
employed
panicking.
Blue Star at the apartment that day?
I do.
Who was?
Jurors don't move.
Investigator Johnson with our crime team.
And you were present for that?
I was.
On the large screen and on this screen is State's Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you?
It's gone now.
Oh, it's gone.
Apparently the computer is shutting down. Did you charge it?
General, moving the TV closer to the jury will help. Feel free to do that. I can watch it on the big screen.
Okay.
Your laptop went dead.
We just wanted you to see for a minute. Second. Flash.
Somebody jiggle the HDMI.
All right. Investigator Crawford, did this indicate to investigators that there is a possible presence of blood in what are the blue areas?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 27. Again, another photo that shows Blue Star reaction.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 28. More Blue Star reaction. You can actually see it up there better than you can.
I'm surprised she isn't telling us where we're looking or giving us reference points for the house.
State's Exhibit 29.
It's just like nondescript Blue Star reaction.
What? 29. State's Exhibit 29. I haven't been moving it on my computer. I'm sorry, that's my fault. This is State's Exhibit 29 on both TVs. The blue spots indicative of blood.
Shows a positive reaction.
State's Exhibit 30. Where in Mr. Chen's apartment are we standing at this point, Investigator Crawford?
Currently, this photograph is taken from a perspective inside of the single bedroom. It's actually pointing down through what appears to be a hallway. It's actually, what you see is that the lighter colored area at the bottom of the photograph is going to be a carpeted area. You see a door frame. Just past that is a tiled area. It's going to be a small bathroom on the left-hand side. Essentially, you have a shower. On the right-hand side, you have a toilet, sink, and mirror. Directly through that, it goes into the living room and kitchen area back towards the front door of the residence.
And on the television screen, if General Boyle has, you'll have to look here because you can't see it up there because the lighting's not good. There's a piece of carpet missing.
That's correct.
Who did that?
Crime scene.
Collected that piece of carpet as evidence?
Yes, they did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 31. Again, same view, just different lighting.
That's
in
correct.
Mr. Chen's bedroom.
That's correct.
What you can see in this right-hand side over here, is that Mr. Chen's bed?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. What is this object?
That's going to be on the back side of the front door of the residence.
Right when you walk in?
That's correct. As soon as you walk in.
State's Exhibit 33. Another angle, same doorway?
That's correct.
This shows State's Exhibit 34. This shows a little bit of a different angle. Again, you can now see this, the removal of this carpet was done by the crime scene unit.
Yes, that's correct.
For what purposes would that have been?
During the initial walkthrough and documentation of the scene, we observed a dark reddish brown discoloration on the carpet that was consistent with blood. They collected that carpeted sample at that time prior to Blue Star being administered. They wouldn't let Blue Star administered potentially saturate that blood or potentially do anything to it at that time.
Okay, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 35.
That's going to be a photograph of the bathroom sink inside of that small bathroom area. You can see, if you might have a laser pointer.
Say that again? Oh, no, sure.
Let him have the laser.
Since this one is...
It's pointed up with the projector image, not
There's multiple areas of...
Oh, there we go.
Do you mind if I approach the screen?
No, go ahead. If the court doesn't mind.
No, please, step down. Be sure to speak up. Investigators so the jury can hear you. And the court can hear you.
Yes.
Talk into the microphone, too.
Sorry. The laser light was activated with the TV. Inside this photograph, you will see a picture of, like I said, the bathroom sink inside of the single bathroom inside of the apartment. On the photograph, it may be hard to tell from where you're sitting, but there's multiple areas where you see a positive Blue Star reaction. You can see this bright colored area here. As it's zoomed in. If you back out on the sink itself, you can see the reaction on top of the sink. And near, it appears to be shaving product right there.
Harry's Razor, not a sponsor.
The sink, you can actually see what appears to be a positive reaction inside the sink when we put it down towards the drain.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford. Your Honor, the lights can be turned back on now. The condition is restricted. Investigator Crawford, you mentioned, talking about that carpet, you mentioned discoloration. Were there multiple spots of discoloration on the carpet that you could see with the naked eye?
Yes.
And in your experience as a homicide prosecutor, what did the discoloration appear to be?
That's it.
What else?
Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you are not a prosecutor. As an investigator, in your years of experience, what did that discoloration appear to be?
Blood.
So is that one way, the discoloration on the carpet, is that one way the crime scene would have known what areas of carpet to collect?
Correct. Obviously the discoloration, the reddish brown color, depending on the different stages, and how fresh it is, how old it is. If it had been tended to be cleaned up, any areas that had been presumable blood were essentially collected at that time.
You saw in a lot of those photos there was yellow markers and yellow tape. Who did that?
Our crime scene.
Is that how they evidence what they have collected and what escaped out to them as possible evidence in the case?
Whether it was their observation or an investigator's observation, such as myself asking certain items to be documented and collected, they use the yellow evidence markers to document those during photographs.
When would you say that this investigation became a homicide investigation?
Upon first spray of the Blue Star reagent, I was actually standing in the kitchen area. Upon the first administration of the Blue Star reagent, upon first spray, it illuminated an extremely large area inside of the living room area. The most I'd seen at that point in my homicide career. And seen that intense and that wide of an area in terms of reaction to Blue Star.
There it is. Wow.
All right, we're going to go through some other photos. I'll try to go as quickly as possible.
Defense trying to say the blood was tracked around by the family, but the blood had been cleaned up before they got there.
Investigator Crawford. All right, so again, just orient on State's Exhibit 36, just orient the jury.
This is going to be a photograph documenting the front doorway, specifically where the locking mechanism goes into the door. We document every time we enter in to document if there's signs of forced entry. Standard practice to document them.
And was there sign of forced entry?
Upon entry into the apartment, did you smell any odors of marijuana?
No.
In your experience, both in patrol and as an investigator, have you had the chance to smell marijuana?
Yes, I have.
In raw form?
Yes.
And in smoked form?
Yes.
And did you smell it in this apartment in any form?
No.
State's Exhibit 37 is just a photo of the door. Did you witness any forced entry, signs of forced entry on the door, or the photo number 36 or 37?
No, not your typical signs of forced entry. There's scratches on the door frame, but they're not truly indicative of forced entry.
Are we, this State's Exhibit 38, are we looking in from the front door?
That's correct. This is the point of view as you enter through the front door of the apartment. Once again, it's been described as a shotgun-style apartment. It's not, it's more long than it is wide. Essentially, you can see the 3 or 4 separate rooms, however you want to describe it. The living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and then the entry into the back bedroom. This is taken from approximately the same location in just a slightly different angle. That then starts to capture the right side of the apartment or the west side of the apartment.
And that's photo 39. This is State's Exhibit 40. Again, now we're just panning over to the right. You'll see that desk chair. What's in front of that desk chair that you can't see in this photo?
Just this side of it?
Yes, sir.
It would be the desk.
The desk.
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 41. What are we looking at?
This is going to be a photograph from over the top of the futon. Back, it's documenting what's on top of the futon, specifically a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, a pack of paper towels, and some no minor scratches.
And I'm going to go back to, see, this would be State's Exhibit 39. You can see in this picture the couch looks different.
Correct.
What happened between 39 and Exhibit 41, which was this?
The first set of photographs are the documentation of the scene as to how we found it, being the investigators upon the execution of the search warrant. The second picture is after we've documented the scene and documented the potential items of evidence that we first deemed potentially needed or we were going to need based on the search warrant we were executing. After that's conducted, we then conduct a search of the residence. Because first we document things in plain view without attempting to open or do anything to potentially alter the scene. A search has then been conducted where now you see that the black duffel bag has been removed, and once we removed that black duffel bag, it showed us this bottle of isopropyl alcohol and the paper towels.
So going back to State's Exhibit 40, you're saying the black bag is what I'm circling here that says Nike on it?
That's correct.
And then 41 would show what was underneath that bag, which is what you can see depicted in this photo.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 42. In this photo from the door, you can now see the defendant's desk.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 43. Now, would we be standing nearer to the desk, looking back towards Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Photo of the kitchen in Mr. Chen's house. State's Exhibit 44.
Yes, that's correct.
Standing in front of the bar, State's Exhibit 45 in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you recall what's in that high value box right there?
It's essentially industrial saran wrap, like packaging wrap that you would find that potentially people would wrap like pallets or larger objects with.
State's Exhibit 46 is a photo of Mr. Chen's kitchen with cabinets open.
That's correct.
Another angle, State's Exhibit 47. 6 Exhibit 48 is a photo of the kitchen counter, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
See bay leaf.
6 Exhibit 49 is
Honey,
a zoomed-in photo of that counter
Band-Aids.
with a Band-Aid box.
Oats.
Yes, that's correct.
There's a peppercorn grinder in there.
6 Exhibit 50 is a closer photo of the Band-Aid box.
Yes.
6 Exhibit 51
Oh, here come the
would be
picture
on the other
walls.
side of the kitchen looking back, is that correct?
That's correct.
Six Exhibit 52 is a photo of a small laundry room in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
Were there clothes in that washing machine right there?
And there's a pair of gray sweatpants. So.
6 Exhibit 53, taken probably close to the laundry machine, looking back into Mr. Chen's bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a photo of Mr. Chen's bathroom sink.
Yes, that's correct.
That is 6 Exhibit 54. Another photo of the bathroom sink. Again, why, one more time for the jury, why would this photo 55 have had nothing on the sink and 54, which you can see here, would have had things on the sink?
Once again, once the search was conducted, items have to be moved sometimes to see what's under them. Whether, in this case, obviously to see multiple items stacked upon each other to see every item under, or potentially see other evidence, such as potentially blood or anything else, is potentially located. Obviously, those items have to be removed, at which point that's why you see what appears to be men's boxer briefs on the floor.
In this photo, do you know what that item is?
It's a box of Band-Aids.
Close-up of Mr. Chen's sink is Exhibit 56.
That's correct.
Yuck.
A photo of the light switch in Mr. Chen's bathroom is 57. What's significant about this photo?
You can see just under the left light switch, you can see a dark discoloration. To my naked eye at the time, I observed that potentially blood transfer.
This is Exhibit 58. Again, we've seen this from different angles. You can begin to see where the tile meets the carpet here, which brings us to State's Exhibit 59. What is significant about this photo, Investigator Crawford?
In this specific photo, there's at least two different things location-wise. In the specific grout line, directly in the middle here, you can see a dark discoloration that has a reddish-brown tint that leads into the edging of the carpet, specifically right here. To my naked eye, I believe that to be blood, to be the presence of blood stuck in the grout. The second part, you can start to see at the edge of the carpeted area and the tile area is another dark discoloration up here, which also, to my observations, is reddish brown and consistent with blood as well.
And Investigator Crawford, I'll point your attention over here to the grout on the left. You can see on the bottom is darker than the top. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you say dark discoloration, do you mean that the difference potentially between this and that, or this and that?
Correct. If you were to see, just seeing these two pictures without seeing the rest of the grout lines, you can clearly tell that in this middle section between the bedroom and the kitchen/living room area, you could see a dark discoloration that was different than the other side, maybe closer to the actual toilet, which they were appeared. It all appeared that someone attempted to clean it up. It didn't appear that it was completely fresh, but I knew that my experience with home ownership, that grout is obviously extremely difficult to clean unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Exhibit 60 is just a photo of Mr. Chen's shower.
That's correct.
Exhibit 61, another photo looking into the shower.
Correct.
Exhibit 62, another view from the bathroom into the shower.
That's correct.
All right, now, State Exhibit 63. This is a new picture for the jury. Can you describe where we're at?
This photograph would have been taken from essentially the bathroom area looking into the single bedroom. On the right side, you can see the cabinetry, you can see a TV, you can see the carpeted area. Directly up back is the, I'll call it the balcony. No, it's not. You can see the sliding glass door that opens up. To the left, you can see what appears to be the ending of Jason Chen's bed. You can also see things that we observed in the carpeted area. Specifically, earlier we observed the pictures that were taken from his room when the Blue Star reagent was applied. In those pictures, you can see a small carpet section that had been cut out in the form of a square/rectangle. That specific location is right here in the picture. You can tell from there. There's a dark red, brownish discoloration right here, where we believe to be suspected blood as well.
State's Exhibit 64. So a closer up investigator, but I want to stop here for a second. At some point, the jury may see more similar photos, but in these cabinets, what types of belongings were in these sets of cabinets here?
It's essentially matching style cabinets. You have normal open cabinets with small shelvings in the top ones. Like a two-part cabinet. The bottom ones are set up essentially like a closet. You've got a coat hanger that runs. They put their t-shirts, pants hanging from them. So you'll see clothes within those. You'll see other items, larger items that maybe not be clothes that are shoved in under bottom, as potential storage space. And you'll also see the pull-out drawers, which I would say typically based on the dynamics of the apartment, will be where people have other items of clothes as well.
This cabinet on the right, what was located in the bottom, underneath what would have been hanging clothes, what was located in the bottom part of that cabinet?
There was a small travel size suitcase, which you would assume to be like a 1 to 2 day venture. They make, typically there's 3 different normal sizes for suitcase. You have the extremely large one, 50, 52 inches. Then it goes down to approximately 10 inches to around a 40-inch suitcase. And then below that, you have your 30-inch, essentially the ones you could actually pack on an airline. At the bottom of that, there was a Samsonite small suitcase that was located there.
You're familiar with the suitcase that this case was found inside of?
Correct.
Was this suitcase smaller than that one?
This case was, yes.
And then in the other cabinet on the left-hand side, underneath what would be the hanging clothes, what was located in that space?
A void.
Nothing?
There was a gap where I believe something was possibly there based on the rest of the dynamics of the room, on how the clothes are hanging, how things were put there. I believed on how things were stored there that there was a void that at the time I believed to potentially be, they say, not the initial walkthrough during the morning hours around 7:45 a.m. on the 28th. That's when I made the observation that it was potentially a suitcase, and it's for the fact of the square section that was missing was consistent with the suitcase size. Most people, when they have travel size suitcases, the smaller ones, they also have the larger ones. Sometimes they come in sets, sometimes they don't. But I know that most people have, especially if they fly, will have several different sizes of suitcases, more than just a small size. So I believe at that time it was potentially a suitcase or maybe another larger duffel bag of some sort that would require, a square section.
65, just another angle there where we can now see the end of Mr. Chen's bed. Again, those windows would point out to the parking lot on the right side of the building if you're looking at the front of the building.
Correct.
Okay. 66 is a photo of Mr. Chen's bed. You can see some type of drapery on the wall to the left, or some type of art that's hanging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what can you? I'm not sure if there can be another photo. 67. This again just would depict some of that dark discoloration that you've already testified to.
Yes, that's correct.
68 is closer up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we're back looking the other way in the apartment. Do you see something on the bed there at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a knife with a kitchen style knife with a sheath on top of it.
That states Exhibit 70, Judge. I apologize. Just a different angle of the bed.
That's
Investigator
correct.
Crawford. That states Exhibit 71. Another angle inside the room looking at the tapestry on the wall. 72.
So I was talking to Mrs. R.A. Did they show the pictures yet on the wall?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yet another angle of that tapestry on the wall in 73.
That's correct.
Is it tapestry or a tapestry?
Now, in
Where's the tapestry?
Exhibit 74, we are looking at what?
This will be on the right side of the bed is the picture we're looking at. If you're coming into the room, it'd actually be the far left-hand side of the room. This will be a little bedside drawer set. Essentially, you'll see shoes, socks, and other items that were beside this.
Were you able to determine what this is on the wall?
It was, to my knowledge, it was tested and didn't show a presence of blood.
It just looked like some kind of dirt.
Well, it looked more like a substance such as a spill of some sort, potentially that would have fallen and not properly cleaned up.
Okay, we don't know.
No, no.
6 Exhibit 75, again, just another angle, correct, looking at those closets.
That's correct.
6 Exhibit 76, is this with one of the closets opened?
That's correct.
Do you recall which side this was?
So it'll be on the right-hand side, or the first one you come into the room would be the one directly right there.
How many of you want to sort those shirts into like colors?
Green hand towels.
Darks, lights, everything else.
Exhibit 77.
Better
You
Homes
said
and
Better Homes and
Gardens.
Garden, you mean the name brand?
Yes, a Walmart brand.
Is that a close-up of that?
That's correct.
And can you actually see where it says distributed by Walmart?
That's correct.
Exhibit 78. Say, in the bedroom, is this in the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. It's depicts more of what I observed to be potentially blood transfer to the light switch area. You can see it on the floor plate, the switch, and just directly beside it on the wall. The brownish red color discoloration.
These next four may be difficult to see on the screen, but we'll try. This is 79. Can you see what's depicted in this photo? And actually, you can see this version too, Investigator Crawford, if that helps at all.
There's a few things in this photograph.
Here's this.
There's a floor and a door.
Once again, there appears to be potential blood transfer to the bottom edge of the doorway. You can see small speckled areas there. On the floor, you can see discolorations that are reddish brown as well, that are consistent with blood transfer from somebody's foot.
Is it fair to say, Investigator Crawford, that in this photo, the physical photo, that spot there, that this spot appears to be more red in color?
Correct. The photograph depicts it better than the screen.
States exhibit number 80. Again, here I can give you this in this photo.
Did they just use wood putty and fill in all the divots on that? And not dye it or anything?
First is the documentation of hair on the ground. And then there's also further discolorations, which appear to be blood transfer as well.
6 Exhibit 81, this is where this photo is going to be more helpful to you, Investigator Crawford. Use that to point out the significance of that photo.
Sheena, congratulations on 11 months. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
There's another discoloration here as well.
Next month,
and
the
there's,
courthouse color.
Just the projector doesn't show the red discoloration as you see it in the photographs.
And then lastly, State's Exhibit 82. That helps you. What would that photo signify?
It's more blood transfer on the floor in the living room / kitchen area.
Your Honor, we approach.
While they approach, my wife has made me a delicious garlic chicken pasta dish with Parmesan. It's very, very good. It didn't look like knife marks to me, but
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good stopping spot for the state's crew. So we're going to let it go. Being sequestered, a lot of the jury instructions I typically have to give about not being exposed to media hopefully won't be an issue, but I do have to tell you, you still can't communicate with anyone about this case at all, not even fellow jurors. It includes court officers, the bailiff, it includes the lawyers, of course, your own thoughts, opinions, or reactions. I think it would be hopefully impossible for you to research this, but you never know, you may get exposed by something you see in a TV in a bar. So you cannot let yourself be exposed to that if possible. Do not form or express anything about the court until we submit it to you for deliberation for all the proof. Are you taking dinner tonight? You know where they're going for dinner? Yes, sir. Where are they going?
the judge just about announced on the live stream.
Enjoy dinner tonight. I know I would. With that, I'll excuse you. We'll try to start around 9:30, so court officer will have you back in court probably around 9:15.
9:15 tomorrow. Let me just calm our ears. It's been so loud. It's been so loud. Let's see here. Yeah. Once they leave, we might have a little bit of business to conduct. I doubt it, but once they leave. 9:15 tomorrow for the start time. That'll be great for me. That works. We're going to be a little bit late. They're going to be a little bit late, so that fits my schedule perfectly. They are staying in a hotel. They have bailiffs. They get taken to dinner together. They are really sequestered. But when they go out to dinner, there's a chance that the restaurant they go to has, like a TV
on the stand. Just don't discuss your testimony with anyone in the meantime. All right, thank you. Any matters to be discussed before we break for the evening? State or defense?
Your Honor, may we approach one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
So many approaches. So we're not sure if there is going to be anything to discuss. What is it about? Today the judge did part the waters, so to speak, in the courtroom and divided the gallery into supporters based on which side they're for, prosecution or defense. And I think he's got a row of bailiffs down the middle to act as either umpires or bouncers. I'm not sure which one's going to happen. I haven't run a counter only because I haven't got the equipment to plug it in currently. I'd have to disconnect something I have right now, and I don't want to disconnect anything I have. I mean, let's see, camera 1, that's me. I'm on camera 1. Camera 2, that's Apple TV. Camera 3, that's my secondary computer. Camera 4 is over my shoulder. Camera 5 is our chat. That's how chat appears on screen. Camera 6 is our HyperDeck recorder. So I still have 7 and 8 available, but I just need to get an adapter first. An adapter and a cable. Michael Rogers says, thank you and the mods. See you tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to follow this one all the way through. Let's see. I have not kept the interest counter still running, only because I don't know what's been paid or if it's still accruing. It got a little confusing. I mean, I could launch it and see where it's at, because it just recalculates based on the time that it was first announced. But yeah, I've got the cables I need. I just need to get the adapter. I've got, I think, 5 adapters right now. I need 2 more. But I think first I need to get Josh Hyperdeck. Let's see. Are they going to talk anymore?
Anything else before this? Okay. Well, as far as the actual trial matter, you can give me that research, Mr. Weiss, and I'll instruct the state accordingly. But as far as any other matters to discuss on the record, no. All right, court's in recess till 9.
All right, there we go. Court's in recess. We're done for the day. Thank you, mods, everybody. It looks like we're going to have late nights on this one. Wow. It went late. We're approaching 5 hours and 15 minutes, so long streams, both in the morning and in the afternoon. It's my birthday tomorrow, but I will still be sleeping when the song is sung. Cookie, we'll see if we can get you on the list anyway. That way you can watch it on the replay. I'm not sure if one of the mods can make a note of that. That would be awesome. Let's see. It's a very small bowl of pasta. It is, Regina, but it's my second bowl. So,
birthday. You look good.
Yes, thank you, Judge Fleischer. Anyway, we're excited. We're excited. It's going to be a good day. Tomorrow's going to be great. After we made it through Monday, which was impressive. Some of us thought we weren't going to, but we did. You're my new best friend. There it is. You guys found it. All right. You know what's funny about that? I've had it up like all day long, and you guys just found it this afternoon. Occasionally, I do make a sound effect and just don't tell you about it, and then somebody finds it. It's like an Easter egg hunt. I have the flu when I spent the day with you, Donna. I'm so sorry. That's no fun. Tomorrow we're going to be up about 9 o'clock, I think, because we've got a 9:15 start for court. So 9 o'clock would give us time to sing the birthday song to everyone who's celebrating the birthday tomorrow. And then give away the internet and then kick it off in court. So today we've got through, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 witnesses. First one was Katrina Bean, the mother of the victim. The second one was Officer Pierre, who responded to the parking lot and took the missing persons report. That was pretty much all he did. The third one was Megan Bean, no relation to the mom or the victim. She worked at Walmart in asset protection, and she's the one that pulled the videos and got the receipts of him buying the cleaning supplies, which he also changed the tag or something on. Paid for asparagus and got like energy bars or something. Then we had Kelsey Campbell, another store manager at Walgreens, who gave investigators 2 sets of video of Chen making purchases, also of cleaning supplies and Bounty quicker picker-upper paper towels. Scott Miller, the condominium security and former volunteer part-time law enforcement officer. I forget what his job was, but he's got a little law enforcement background. He's the one that pulled the video of the car arriving into the condominiums and gave those to investigators. And now we've got investigator Zachary Crawford, who is still on the stand and will be tomorrow, who has the lead investigator on this case, and he's probably going to take most of the day tomorrow, I'm guessing, between him and the cross-examination. But lots of photos, lots of Blue Star, lots of testimony. We're going to get all the videos that were authenticated before and the foundation was laid. Those are going to come in through him as well, I think. So, cereal bars. Is that like Weetabix? What's a cereal bar? It's nearly past midnight. Martino O'Sullivan, I'm sorry. This case is going to be a doozy. It'll mess with your sleep schedule for sure. Dangerous Winds return tonight. I have not been monitoring the fires all day today. I have seen that the death toll has climbed. Last I saw, the number was up to 24. And obviously, they've still got cadaver dogs making the rounds, trying to and checking on missing people. But just our heart does go out to everybody there. How many witnesses are there? I don't know. I don't know how many they're going to call. We're sort of watching it as it happens. Let's hope we can hear the defense questions tomorrow. We are having a little bit of audio trouble. I'm doing the best I can on this one. We've really got to boost the gain quite a bit to hear everything, and there's a lot of courtroom audio noise, like air handling noise, and that's some of the hardest noise to get rid of. If it was just like a whistle, I can tune that out in a heartbeat, but that white noise is difficult. All right, let's see. Now I'm craving a root beer float. I do what I can. They're so good. Hey, try making it with cookies and cream. Root beer cookies and cream is so good. What's the outro music called? It's called Press Fuse, but it's known by another name too. I'll let you, what is it? There's a little app you can say, hey Siri, what song is this? And it'll tell you. "19 fatalities." All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, as court will kick off about 9:15 if everything happens properly. We'll continue picking up with investigator Zachary Crawford, who is taking us on a walkthrough through the house, picture by picture. A lot of evidence yet still to come. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Have a good night. Bye.
Because he's the guy.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.